Hello there.
So what's up, B?
Watching the game, having a bud.
Yeah, we're hearing that this is a big deal.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys.
Wow, Sonic's fast too. Brand new 16-bit Super Nintendo with Super Mario World. Wow!
This is not the whole story.
What's going on, man?
I'm so excited.
What side are you on?
What's up, guys? It's been a while.
I'm so excited.
What side are you on?
The Game Master.
Guys, what is going on? Happy Friday! It's good to see ya. Man, here at long last, running hella late. America's #1 online video game personality and most tardy host of the Gaming Lifestyle Lounge, Ben the Parvinator Parvin. Here at your service. Hello. Welcome. How's it going, guys? Hey, hey, all right. Welcome, Ben. Enjoy yourself. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Yeah, look, okay, the title pretty much says it all. I've played Sonic. There's a, I have dabbled with Sonic, but the truth is, growing up as a kid, I was certainly Nintendo oriented. I had a Game Gear. I did have a Game Gear, but I never had a Genesis. I didn't have a Super NES for that matter, but most of the folks that I found orbiting and in my orbit were they were all Nintendo heads for the most part. So when I got my hands on a Genesis, even though I was on that other side of the console wars, honestly, I felt a little bullied being a Nintendo nerd. Even though I was on the other side of the console wars, I always had a healthy respect, and I was always really excited anytime I got to play a Genesis. Yeah, I finally got one recently, so we're doing the series, Healing the Console Wars. For those of you who've, whether you fought on one side or the other, or maybe you profited off of both sides. You had, at any given time, you had both or all three of the, like, reigning consoles, and you're just playing every side. Who knows? Or maybe you're on the outside looking in. You didn't have any of them, like me during the 16-bit era. But yeah, it's all good. Good to see you guys. Thank you for joining. This is going to be some fun. We'll throw this graphic up whenever we play Genesis. I just got a Genesis Model 1 for you. I'm working on getting a shot of this, all the consoles I've got here. The Genesis, the newest edition, and I've got a Famicom, Super Famicom, Super NES Mini, and a 64. And I have the Famicom and Disk System as well set up. But yeah, I've got a good setup, but I can't show it off often because it's to the side and it's all hooked up right now. So I'm working on kind of getting a second camera. Let's see what's up. I think I know who that is without even looking. 1-800, how are ya? Welcome. Hello. Welcome, 1-800. How you doing? Guys, it's good to see you. We're gathered here today. Yeah, I joke, right? A lot of jokes around here, but at times this is also going to be a solemn affair because I think many of you bear the scars of the console wars, no matter which side you found yourself on. Who knows? Maybe you got by unscathed, but or you know, those console wars were brutal. And a lot of us have the scars to prove it. So, with that being said, we're not here to put those sites, you know, right, to rehash all that stuff, right? Nintendo don't, what, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. No, we're here to bring the two sides together. So I hope you guys can take a conciliatory tone at least sometimes, and then other times, sure, you know, let it fly in the chat. I'm sure there's still some of you, I'm sure the console wars will still be raging at some points in the chat. I hope so, at least. But overall, I would like a conciliatory tone because we're trying to come together and heal. So thank you guys for being here for that. Kevin said, I didn't have Sega growing. Mostly everyone didn't, but a few kids. I will say, I think, yeah, Sega, most friends I knew, if they had a game system, it was a Super NES. There were some Segas out there, but I don't know, it was like either I oriented myself around, maybe I self-assembled around the Nintendo kids. One thing that's interesting, and we're going to get into the game, and I should just set it all up first, but one thing that's interesting, before we do that, I gotta say this. I didn't know about the Master System's existence until a certain point in college when there was a party at this one place. Somebody busted out a Master System. I'd never seen it before, and they had they had the light gun for it, and I didn't know what I was seeing. Of course, I was familiar with Sega, but I didn't know about Master System. Growing up, I had the NES for a very long time, so I had a big sibling. It was their NES. We didn't get a 16-bit system. I did have a Sega Game Gear. So, and there's some really fun Sonic games for the Game Gear, at least, you know, when I was like 8 or something. I really enjoyed them. So I don't know. We'll have to revisit some of those. I think there's an adapter you can get for your Genesis to at least play Master System stuff. And I think you can do it for some Game Gear too, which would be pretty sweet. But yeah, Master System would be way more popular in some other parts of the world, though. Would be like the system over the NES, including in Brazil being one of the biggest markets for it. And I'm really interested in learning more about that with the Master System being so huge there, because Nintendo didn't have an official presence. Sega did by way of oh gosh, I forgot the name of that company. I had it the other day. But yeah, Nintendo didn't have an official presence there. I don't know. I'm really fascinated by you get some clone consoles and stuff, some Famiclones, but Sega was really huge to a lot of folks about the same age as me, or like a range. It's often there. It's like really super, positive feelings associated with Sega having grown up. Some of that same stuff. Master System being huge and having a lot of shelf life there, lasted for a while. And Genesis, or Mega Drive being big. But yeah, this is gonna be fun. Anyway, I'm gonna do a little talking. We're gonna hang. I want to hear your stories too. How you guys came to Sonic, how you found out about it. The chronology is crazy to me. Sorry, I've got it. Apparently I can't talk right now, but I'll do my best. The chronology is really screwed up in my head, because when Sonic first comes to existence in my mind, it's certainly not the release date of 1991 for the first, Sonic the Hedgehog game. I'm 1991. I think I'm barely functioning still. There's I don't know to what extent I've come online as a human, but a little bit later, there's at least Sonic 2 and 1 already existing, and I think that's when I'm kind of coming to know about Sonic. And then it's like shortly after that, I feel like there's the cartoon, or it was like there was that synchronicity there, or the right place, right time, I suppose, of it being a couple years later. And like the first Genesis I'm seeing, most of the ones that I saw as a kid were that Model 2 one, the smaller one, and I've got the one that you guys see in this, a similar one to, this is a Mega Drive, but we've got the Genesis version of that with the silver writing, and it doesn't say high def, our particular one, but it's one of the many variants of Model 1. I've been doing a deep dive into Sega. This is coming from a Nintendo nerd, and it's been fun. All right, well, let's do it, guys. I want to take you guys on a little trip. We were gonna play Sonic 2. I did a spin move. Part of the reason why we're playing so late is because yesterday I got to thinking, like, man, I could start this series, and you could start a Sega series anywhere. Sonic 2's a great game, and I think most people hold it above the first game. But I was like, man, I don't know. That doesn't feel right to me. I want to start it not where the Genesis began, but where Sonic began, at the very least. I don't want to start with 2. I also had an Earthworm Jim 2. And I was like, I can't start there. But yeah. So this is the one. It's actually on the screen for you. I got a better pic of it that's not green screened out. And our back. We'll take a look at this in just a bit. But yeah, I picked this up from the store. I went yesterday and changed every plan, and everything except for like the gameplay screen has been now rotated to be for Sonic 1, not Sonic 2. Show you what this thing came with. Got the little instruction manual here. We're going to take a look at one of these later. I'm not going to do too much flipping of it, just because it, fragile. It's all black and white, which is a smidge disappointing, but dude, I'm not complaining about having a manual. Let's see, on the back we've got an ad for Castle of Illusion. I hadn't even noticed that yet. Starring Mickey Mouse. Let me get a little note set up too, if you guys have any Genesis Rex as we get through this. I may not call it out right away, but I'll try to like come put them in. And all right, yeah, we're ready for that. All right, guys. So I want to, at the risk of blowing up one of my favorite spots, I wanted to show you guys a pretty sweet store if you ever find yourselves in Southern California. Sweet place to do a little retro game shopping, usually at some decent prices. And this is not a paid ad. I honestly, when I was there yesterday, I thought about asking for a job, but they seemed like they were there was a line behind me, and I didn't think it was the time to really talk about it. They were really busy. This place does some business, so. All right, let's jump into it. Let's do a little gaming on the go. Seamless transition. All right, guys, I went to a place, perfect name for a game store. It's called Game Dude. And I don't know if you've ever been here before or heard of Game Dude. It's not like a particularly huge place, a gigantic warehouse thing, but it's got a couple of really deep rows, a lot of games on display, and a whole lot of memorabilia up as well. And some pretty sweet lists too that you can use to, find whatever you want, which is sweet. Then you have their like price list right there. They just print them out. No guessing. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Do 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 woo boom boom do do do. Yeah, took a look at. There's a few full screen shots here of some of the stuff I found interesting. It was like just. These are like Master System titles, and I didn't even know this thing existed for so long. And this store's got a pretty good quantity of stuff like this. Oop. Might have some rough transitions here, sorry. Dude, I had way too much stuff to try to put into one stream. There's a bunch that's going elsewhere too. But yeah, just racks and racks of Genesis. This is just like a little small sampling here of the Genesis stuff. And yeah, let me hop into it real quick. No, here it is. You saw that pic already? Mm-hmm. All this stuff up on the wall. I tried to snap some stuff quick because I didn't want to, I don't know. I don't want to like shoot anything inside somebody's store, and so it's just a couple quick snaps with the phone. There was someone shopping there, and they looked through like a couple of the racks of the NES stuff, and they're like, "All right, thank you." Didn't see what they were looking for, I guess.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of the stuff is faded, but I appreciate a lot of the old posters and stuff. It's sweet. You got Sonic and Knuckles on the left. Rune there, just above Nintendo. Love the like. That must have come from like a World of Nintendo stand or something. So sweet how Nintendo would have their own little kind of planogram, little kiosk at all retail locations. World of Nintendo. But hey, we're not here to talk about Nintendo today. More Sonic 3 stuff. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I just wanted to show this off to you guys. I know this is pretty low T, right? It's a little low energy, but I spent all my mojo prepping this today, which means we get to just chill and play some Sonic. But yeah, here are the Genesis games. I think I have a big shot of this one, although I might just leave it. But yeah, sorry, these were the Genesis boxes. You can actually see my... If you squint down towards the bottom right, well, actually at the very bottom right, you'll see Sonic 2. Just go one over to the left, and that is the Sonic 1 box that I hold here. Amazing stuff. Love a little retail therapy. All right, cool. This one's underneath all the menus here. I love that. Shaq Fu. Here's a close-up of that rack. Okay. What a sweet rack. I heard that the NHL games are good. That at least one of those was like one of the best. Still one of the best NHL games of all time. But I don't know. I don't know a whole. Outside of Sonic and then some of the stuff towards the end of the system. Like Vector Man and Comic Zone, I didn't play much. And even with the Sonic games, I never, I haven't really had a whole lot of time just by myself to play one. It wasn't, with those, yeah, even with the buddy, I think we made maybe a deep run in Sonic 1. That's probably the game I've made it the furthest in, just because I've had the most time to play it. Mortal Kombat, NBA Jam. Pretty sweet. Anyway, just wanted to show off these shots here. I love, you know, it's kind of crazy because sometimes I think I'll take for granted that there aren't even more stores that just sell a shit ton of retro games. And I know that that sounds very simple, but I don't know if anybody else is the same way. I'll have those conversations sometimes too, that it's just like, oh yeah, not many people actually like, I'm not saying like original hardware is the only way to go, but it's very rare. It's getting like pretty rare. A lot of folks don't have it. And I mean, you know, it is interesting to see how this stuff has gotten even more popular with younger gens the last couple weeks, you know, last several years. I don't know. You gotta appreciate this stuff, man. So it's fun to walk around this place too. Yeah, I got what I was looking for. They had the one complete in-box Sonic one, so that's what I ended up getting. I don't know if there's anything else here that really good shot of the plane right there. It's the background. Love that. The plane that I took to Game Dude. Oh, here's some Master System loose carts. We love a good loose cart. Wonder what, might have a big shot of this one. Oh, great basketball. Great ice hockey. I like the great sports, the great sports series. I didn't know that was a thing. They got a few Game Gear games down there too. Hey, there's a shot of me legs. Game Gear cases, $1 each. I thought that was a bargain. I had NBA Jam Tournament Edition. Can you see it down towards the bottom right? Look for a basketball on fire. A silver basketball on fire. Mortal Kombat 2 to the left of that one. I wonder how that played on the Game Gear. Man, all right, I love this stuff. Any more for you? Let me see what I got. That might be it for Game Dude. Oh, there's some more of the Game Gear stuff. Terminator 2 for the Game Gear. How's that? Oh shit, T2 for the NES was awesome. That game scared the crap out of me as a kid. I think I would play with the Game Gear, and it still felt like... Or rather, I would play with the Game Genie and put some codes in, and it still... Yeah, that T1000. He's hard to take down, I'll tell you what. Persistent. That's it, I think. That's it for Game Dude. I just wanted to share that with you guys, because, I don't know, I appreciate this place. Hello. Here it is. Sorry. Game Dude. Pretty sweet. All right, yeah, if you find yourself in Southern California, check this place out. It's yeah, I don't know. I usually get a pretty good deal there. They have a lot of Japanese stuff too, which I appreciate. Yeah. Anyway, you got to support these spots. Do you guys have any like local favorite, you know, video game retro store? I feel like they're becoming exactly. It's a relic of the past. And then, you know, the other day we were talking a bit about GameStop doing their retro games. Really, like, I guess, like having like a section at some GameStop locations where they're trying to sell retro games and stuff. And yeah, it's interesting. I hope that these small stores can still exist, you know. There was a place growing up called Player 2 that I really appreciated. It got me into, it helped me like get into a whole bunch of Final Fantasy back catalog, you know. It was great. I mean, and you could go in there and I could like talk to those guys, even as a kid, like they would help steer me towards something cool. Like I remember actually being treated like, like another human, you know, going in as a kid, because my dad's not going to go in and ask about role-playing games, you know. Oh yeah. Yeah, thanks, Nick. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I enjoyed this place. Yeah, I wanted to share it with you guys. Hit me up if you're ever in the area. You forget the name of it, and I'll let you know. There's also a spot that does like just Japanese stuff too. That's convenient to other Japanese things, but a little lower, or not quite as big a selection. But yeah. Anyway, that's it for that. All right, guys, let's do a little Sonic sacred text. I want to take a look at the instruction booklet, and I want to learn just a teensy bit about at least the design of Sonic. I figure we're going to be doing this series for a while, so I don't have to do every segment. I don't have to do it all in one go, I guess. But yeah. Also, there's some great resources already about the history of Sonic, of course. You know, maybe that's not why you come here. Who knows? Maybe it's one of many. One of the many things that brings you here. Anyway, thanks for hanging, guys. That's it for that. Let's roll to the sacred texts. Let's roll to the sacred text. That just sounds disrespectful, honestly. Sorry. I'm a little excited, as you can tell. It's been a long day of preparation.
That is a disgusting act. Okay, I don't know why that's playing, but all right, Sega, here it is up on the screen. Sorry, I had sounds playing. All right, here it is. I've got control.
Yeah, we're hearing that this is a big deal.
Again, Sega, for me, I think I'm already learning about Sega, all things Sega, probably by way of Sonic. And at the time that I'm learning of his existence, for sure, Sonic 2 is already out there. It's already big. I would have missed any of the lead up, you know, to him coming out, his design, etc. And by the time I'm paying attention to the gaming world around me, I'm seeing Genesis Model 2s everywhere. Yeah, how about you guys? Well, where's my next slide? Oh, hey, I got one for you. This is going to be a shit show, and it already is. But it's going to be a beautiful shit show. So, in 1988, the folks down at Sega realized we got to get ourselves a mascot because this guy's eating our lunch. Okay, this plumber. Honestly, between the two of them, I tend to drift towards Mario. There's more than a drift. There's a power drift towards Mario. But I love Sonic as well. And they realized that they're going to need an iconic mascot, especially if they're ever going to break into the console wars and the console world any further than they already had. Or at least to have a greater worldwide success. So I learned about Naoto Oshima, and I'd seen that name before, and it was his design work. This was a in-house design contest that he won at Sega. It was his design that got us Sonic. It was one of many. I found this on Reddit too. This sweet little portrait here. You know, once you create a character, you also get to draw yourself hanging with that character all the time. Or I guess you could just do fan art too, I guess. Well, anywho, we'll dwell on that later. So a team would form around Oshima here, called Sonic Team, around that design. Once that won in 1990, they realized, okay, not only do we need a mascot, but we need to create a game. Yeah, it was 90, I believe. Yeah, they realized that, hey, not only do we need a mascot, we got to create a game around this guy too. So therefore, they gave some resources. They formed up a team named after that character he just created, Sonic Team. Now, you've got the Sonic team, and then you've got the Super Mario Club, which I believe have very different, responsibilities in their respective organizations. But as I was putting this together, I couldn't help but think of the Nintendo Club, Sonic team. Bam. It's like, I don't know, it's like Grease or something. It's awesome. Was it the Jets and Sharks? Good stuff. I didn't write any of that, if you can believe it. Just off the top of my dome. Doing great tonight. Here's some Sonic sketches here for you from Naoto Oshima. Here's it's cool to see some of this progression too. Have you ever seen this one in the top left? There's a really sweet story. I think it even had a name that I've forgotten at this point, but they had a design for a little bit, or a design concept where that would be the character, this rabbit, and it would use its its ears to like reach out and grab things, and either grab and pull itself over to those things or pull those things to it, which I had read. I don't know if this was like directly like later used by that same team for concepts behind Rystar, or if it was just like that's pretty much what Rystar is. But yeah, being able to reach out with the arms, pull himself over to other things. But yeah, it's pretty sweet. I like some of these other designs too, and then getting into sort of mocking him up, doing a few actions in the bottom. Hedgehog up in the top too. It was interesting because they were trying to decide. They knew they wanted something fast, and they were having trouble deciding on a color at first. I think there was something even before blue, or like a little off blue kind of thing, that they were looking at one point. But interestingly enough, he also did the design for Eggman, and this was like the original concept art here, the original mock-up for Eggman, which I love. I like his little action shot too on the sides. So there was an interesting anecdote about this on Wikipedia. I know, gotta love Eggman, or Robotnik, as I knew him growing up. But apparently he's Eggman. He's always we've always been at war with Eggman. Dr. Eggman here. There's an interesting little story on Wikipedia about how, when Oshima is like trying to finish his drawings for this in-house development of a new character, right? Sonic hasn't really been decided yet, and he knows he's got a couple of good ones. He actually narrowed it down to Sonic, or rather, he had a few of them, and when he'd show them off, like people really liked Eggman as well. Like that was the second favorite. And interestingly enough, he also did his own research, like going to Central Park. Yeah. Hopped on a plane, went to the US, went to New York City, and started walking around Central Park showing people his designs. And they preferred Sonic, but they also liked Eggman too. Those were the top two. So I don't know, it's pretty sweet. I love how this stuff comes together. In a little bit, I'm going to give a heads up about I'll just go ahead and mention it, but GTV Japan has a great retrospective on, the whole Genesis Sonic series at this point, and then the side games too. But they did full retrospectives for Sonic 1, 2, and 3 that I'll show a little graphic up here in a bit. It's really good stuff.
Sonic lived with a human girlfriend named Madonna.
That's actually GTV Japan right there. Yeah, so we'll get to Sonic and, look in the bottom right there. Look, Sonic and Madonna. Originally, Sonic was going to be in a rock band. You can see that in the center, the bottom middle there. Sonic's band. Sonic the Hedgehog Band, if you can believe it. Apparently, this was one of the things that the US team was like, no. I don't know all the details, and it was covered pretty well in that retrospective I was watching. But this game was a joint production between, joint development between like a US or North American and a Japanese team. They would do the same thing for some of the other games. And apparently the partnership was strained at times, and there would be some major drama, that a little bit of it involving one of the folks behind Sonic. I'm not quite sure his role, but there's some dev drama. Whereas one of the guys, I guess, really hated working with the North American team. But one of the things they said, yeah, well, apparently the American team was like, no, Sonic can't rock out, no band, that's corny. Now, over the right, over on the bottom right there, where you see Sonic the Hedgehog and his girlfriend Madonna plummeting. You guys have got to watch. I'll put it up for you, man. But it's so well done, and it's mind blowing. That is actually from some of the early footage that was put out of the game, like an early build of it. And it has this like kind of, you know, this little like I don't know, short cinema at the very beginning of like the two of them dropping, and that is like the title screen. That was a work in progress, very much a work in progress, not a finished product, but that was their little demo title screen for a little while. And yeah. Such a funny angle too, to have Madonna falling from. Also Madonna, I mean, apparently the North American team was also like, yeah, no, like, can't do that. So, you know, I don't know. The Sonic fan base is a very big one, and I hear that a lot of folks love these characters, some in very particular ways. And they'll be happy to know that, if they didn't know already, which I'm sure they did, that the Sonic and human thing, you know, this kind of thing, I don't know, they just coexist in this world. At least at one time they did. It's in the deep lore, the iceberg stuff, but... Here it is. I wish I knew it was the next button. GTV, there's a whole series of these too. Every one of us is good. The next one is Sonic Tuesday, all about them doing basically a worldwide release, essentially, but not technically. A worldwide release on the same day, and that being a pretty novel thing, or being a, you know, kickstarting a big tradition of that. Or at least starting the, I don't know, that as a marketing scheme. One that took off big. And then you get Mortal Monday. There were some other good titles too, alliterative titles for what day of the week it's coming out on. You know? Yeah, Sonic Tuesday, Mortal Monday. All right, look, let's get into the releases here. This thing first dropped in the PAL regions. I guess that's a little, given a, you know, a little something to those guys, considering the hell that they're going through living in a PAL, well, having to play their video games at the improper power wattage. Something like that. I don't know. The games were slower. Anyway, this is a pretty sweet cover. If you look, in fact, let me just blow it up a little bit if I can. See the little drawings back behind Sonic? I don't know. I like that. That's cute. Got a very... It's interesting. To me, this is a kind of in between the North American and the Japanese one. It leans a little closer to the Japanese, honestly, design-wise. That's cute. Here's the Mega Drive cart. Mega Drive everywhere except North America, right? I think North America is the only folks that call it Genesis. I gotta say, Mega Drive is a sweet name. How about this guy right here? This is the box we just got. Not for resale. So I'm guessing that this must have been a pack-in title. You would see these sold everywhere. Just in case you can't see it there, here it is again. But yeah, you'd see these, you know, not for resale titles everywhere. I think it's because they were, you know, sold with the system. For a little while with the Genesis, they sold Altered Beast was one of the pack-in games, I believe, at one point. And I was actually hoping to get Altered Beast when I was there as well. Once I arrived, that came to mind. Because I had the thought, like, man, I love Sonic, and Sonic didn't come out the year that the Genesis launched, so maybe I should try to get a launch title, too. Have that to play somewhat soon, but yeah, that's coming. And here's our cart. This is the one we're going to be playing. Oh shit, I gotta hurry up and finish this presentation. So it launched in North America June 23rd, 1991. It was the 21st in PAL regions. But yeah, 1991, man, it feels early. It launched in Japan that next month. I'm talking July 1991. Should we zoom in on this a little bit? No, it's not the best zoom. Sorry, I'm a little off place. I didn't set this up well, this scene. Try to talk on mic. I love the writing, the wording, the most famous hedgehog in the world. The bottom. What do you think about this style? It's not everybody's cup of tea, but I mean, I don't know, an adjective that comes to mind is loud. I like it. I really like it. I think, so a couple things happening design-wise, right? So you've got the different patterns. It's everything all at once, you know? I forget the name of this style. We actually did I've mentioned it on a previous stream when we were talking about humans. Oh man, maybe I still have something about that. So we did a good old days segment on the game called The Humans, which was essentially a Lemmings-ish game. It's on a bunch of systems, including Genesis. And I forget the that art style that it is, but now I'm like trying to look it up real quick, but there's no way I'm gonna be able to do it. Anyway, there's a name for that particular style, and of course it was very much of a time, but it's lots of very bright colors. It's pattern clash, it's squiggles and shapes and things like that, which, yeah, was just everywhere growing up. And of course that aesthetic has, you know, gone in and out a couple times already since it was originally rolling. Yeah. I like this style. I wish I could zoom in just a bit more here, but it's all good. Very sweet. Look at the other Sonic covers would be also similarly cool if you like this style. Yeah, there's more for you. And here's that Sonic 1 Japanese card. Right there. Ribbed, right? Ribbed for your... No. Interesting. No ribs. No ribs on this one. Well, you've got some hips, I suppose, but like, oh, this is cool. Oh, this is Sonic 2. Same difference. Sonic 1's in the, I forgot it's already in the Genesis, but yeah. Smooth, but then you just got the, got that one in Game Dude, too. Exactly. I will say, with this Genesis, I got a Model 1. It's in I've got it in one of those like square cabinet things everybody has, and I subdivided each square to get like a couple little compartments out of each one. And I've got all the consoles in their own little compartment. I will say I have to make sure I'm kind of positioned right over it, or I'm like, I have a really good angle. I don't feel good pulling that cart in and out. Like if I sort of being pulled back or whatever, you want to be right on top of it. And as a kid, it just makes me think about how that was usually pretty easy because the console may have even been on the floor sometimes. Other times it's like, you know, yeah, sitting in a big ass, really heavy, like you know, TV stand or something. But yeah, and with them being a little bit older, hey, maybe it needs, you know, lubrication is important. Maybe it could use a, you know, just a little something to help. Yeah. What else we got? Had something else too. Where'd it go? Well, that's it. Never mind then. Well, that's cool. Again, pretty sweet. I like that card versus the one that we get here in the U.S. Let's put that one up one more time. North American. Of course, you know, mine. This is mine with a giant not for resale, so. Interesting how stuff like that, the not for resale games and things like, you know, player's choice and similar, you know, kind of value. Or, you know, whenever they put out the greatest hits, PlayStation's greatest hits, stuff like that. Interesting how, like, collector-wise, those can often be so much, you know, worth quite a bit less than the original run. And that there can be so many of the player's choice ones out there, too. It's interesting. But yeah, anyway, I'm stoked on this, guys. We have a lot to learn about Sonic, about Genesis. I also want to just talk, at some point, I'd love to have a little discussion about Nintendo Nerds versus Sega Psychos. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush here, but the more and more I think about it, I don't know. I feel like there's some lines that you could kind of break down to folks who, if you really went one way, Nintendo, or you went one way, Sega, I feel like there's a couple things, you know, it's not everybody, but there's some assumptions we can make. And it's interesting how over the years too, those assumptions get kind of turned upside down, like, you know, Nintendo Nerds. And now if someone's like a huge Sonic fan, they're right. That's about as nerdy as you can be this day and age. You know, if you're like, I'm really, really into Sonic, you know. So I don't know. There's something to this theory. I only want to talk mostly about those extreme cases that maybe like the average kind of tended to, because you guys were all the exceptions. You know, if you played Sega, you were the nerd, or if you played Nintendo, who knows? Maybe you were also similarly psycho and, you know, had some edge to you as a kid. But yeah, anyway, I want to talk about this stuff with you guys, but hey, there's only so much you can do in one day, so more to come. Also, again, as we get into this, love to hear some recommendations from you guys, what we should be playing. Oh, there is the instruction manual. I almost forgot. We do have one more thing, though. Let's switch to that real quick. We'll make it fast. All right, here we go. Sonic the Hedgehog. So this one came with an instruction. Well, I bought the complete in box. It wasn't bad. It was, I got this. I could go look it up right now and probably be disappointed. I keep getting off mic, but I could go look this up right now and probably be disappointed if I looked on like eBay or something and looked at the lowest price, but I had it in my hands, a working copy with, like, in pretty decent shape with a nice manual, and I paid $24. The loose cart was $12, I think. I said, let's do it. Bling, blum, blum, blum. Here's my version. I don't think that's too bad. And again, at the end of the day, you know, it's funny because I took a pic or two every now and then of the cabinets, and I had that thought to myself, like, man, I bet a lot of people come here and they'll look at prices and then just go online and see what they can get online and stuff. And yeah, right. There's a level of like all needing to do that or being a conscientious shopper, but there is also something to be said for like having it right here, right now, today. They didn't have to ship it from wherever else, and you supported a local, or some local business. I don't know. We gotta, I don't know, I can be lazy and want to do stuff online, but I gotta start putting my money where I feel it should be going and make that align with what I feel are my philosophies on some things, I kind of just realized that the other day, like, man, I need to take those opportunities to skip the big box store if I have a chance to get it somewhere else, and it, build a community as well, and like, I don't know, man. With that being said, I just bought a bunch of groceries, so that was not from a mom and pop grocer, I'll tell you that much. We're gonna flip through this thing. I just kind of wanted to give you a quick little review. Pretty sweet, very clean guide. Let's take a flips. This is the Genesis. I've got here the Genesis Model 1. Some instructions here. Set up your Genesis system as described in its instruction manual. Make sure the power switch is off, then inserts the Sonic the Hedgehog cartridge into the console and press it down firmly. These systems do kind of feel like around the controller pads, the ports here, these are like, they're old school. It's and I learned from AVGN about being able to use an Atari controller on a Genesis. It's a very old looking port with a bunch of pins on it, but it was it was a standard one used in a lot of old, like really early controllers. So I love that idea of using an Atari controller, but or there's some cases where using a Genesis one on your Atari. Crush Dr. Robotnik. I wonder how we're supposed to say it. Ivo or Evo Robotnik. The mad scientist is snatching innocent animals and turning them into evil robots. Only one tough dude can put an end to the demented scientist's fiendish scheme. It's Sonic, the real cool hedgehog with the spiked haircut and power sneakers that give him super speed. Nice. Sadly, I have a bunch of sound effects for Sonic stuff, and a lot of it, one folder got like accidentally deleted a couple days ago. I'm still recovering. Help Sonic fight hordes of metal maniacs and do the loop with the supersonic spin attack. I love this sentence. God, who's writing this? Help Sonic fight hordes of metal maniacs and do the loop with supersonic spin attack. Speed down twisting tunnels and swing over dangerous booby traps. Leap across lava pits and dodge burning rocks. Then splash through the chilling waters in an underground cavern. And if you're lucky, you can warp to the secret zone where you can spin around in a floating maze. Your greatest challenge lurks in a secret lab where you come face to face with Dr. Robotnik himself. Is this a Nintendo Direct or something? Spin through space. No, if it were a Nintendo Direct, it'd be about 3 times slower. Spin through space. Loop till you're dizzy. Save the animals and become the superhero. Or there'd be even a bigger pause there. And become the superhero. All right. What's up, Metroid? Welcome. One who parvinates. Yes. Thank you. Yes, please. That should be added to Urban Dictionary. I'm afraid to look at what's on there now. Thank you guys for hanging. Welcome. We're just gonna try out this Genesis. I just got a couple months back, barely played it since since we bought it. And we're taking a look at our instruction booklet for Sonic 1. I love Sonic super stunts. Reach for the rings. As Sonic, you must evade traps and dodge crazed robots as you dash through 6 hazardous zones using your supersonic spin attack. Your goal is to rescue your friends from the nasty group of the demented scientist, Dr. Robotnik. I saw your example, Senate. I just now saw that, Metro. Yeah, thank you. That's great. I never knew them as lamp posts. I never knew them as... I'm gonna come clean. Lamp posts? Never knew.
Wow, Sonic's fast, too.
You'll come across lampposts in every zone. Your present score and time will be recorded if you touch the lamppost. If you die, you'll continue the game from the lamppost you touched. You will also die. Hell yeah. If you die, you will continue the game from the lamppost you touched. You will lose all your rings, but you'll start the game with the score and time that was recorded. Nice. It may not be obvious, Metroid. I don't know what Dr. Eggman is. You know, I have... being reminded about the whole Sonic, like, rock band thing that he had going and his girlfriend Madonna. It makes me think of playing Sonic Adventure. Because, so my journey with Sonic was, like, really liking all the stuff I played on Game Gear. Enjoying, like, knowing that the Sonic games on Genesis were really solid, but only having, you know, a limited amount of time on each of them, you know, a matter of an hour or so. A couple hours on some, and then Sonic 1 a little bit more time. But yeah, when Sonic Adventure came out, I was already pretty checked out, and I would get Sonic Adventure, I would get my Dreamcast really late, like after they'd already stopped selling it in the US or had announced they were going to stop selling it. And I remember being uneasy with that mix of like, why is Sonic running around a resort right now? And there's beach chairs and like, I mean, don't get me wrong, this is kind of an interesting setting. You know, hey, I like a good beach in a video game. But I remember the tone feeling kind of strange, but hey, now I know that there's been, at least since some of the very earliest Sonic concept stuff, there was that idea of Sonic coexisting with, like, in a human world. I guess it's not just Eggman, or, you know, yeah, maybe he is just a sentient egg, you know. You know, I think when I played it, I would think I was like ready to just razz on it, honestly. I think maybe it was, I felt like something about it I think felt very, some aspects of it felt kiddie, or if they felt like they, I don't know, man. That was just a little video game hipster. Too cool for that. No, I don't know. There was a scene in particular that I remember just kind of made my heart sink a little bit, and it was Tails' plane going down, and then the like, you know, some like cartoony sounds. I'm like, oh no, or something. You know, you just hear like, I don't even remember. You hear the VO, which sounds like it's coming from another planet or something. Or there every character is on a different planet talking to each other. Yeah, crazy. I don't want to just razz on things either. You know, I'm here to extend an olive branch to Sonic and all the Sega Psychos out there.
Wow, man, freaked out!
What else we got here? Blocks in the secret zone. I noticed this earlier. Bumper. Bounce off these. Reverse. When you touch this, the maze will rotate the opposite way. Goal. This is the end of the zone. This zone, rather. Touch this to return to the previous zone. 1 up. This is good stuff. Jump stand. Jump stand. Jump off of these. That's a peppermint. Everybody knows that those are just peppermints in that level. The little first, I don't know, those secret stages. It's kind of crazy in this one. They're like rotating. The little bit I've played of both games. Yeah, this one seems like I could see someone being very good, but still getting it screwed up because of the rotation of the puzzle. And I'm guessing does it rotate the same way every time, or is there a level of it being chaotic? But you have to, in general, I will say, I didn't know for a while, having never read a manual, I didn't know that you had to get the Chaos Emeralds to like officially beat a game. And I remember having that realization of like, well, they're in these special stages. And, you know, like, and I don't know, maybe this isn't being fair to it, but I remember thinking like, man, you gotta like, to beat the game officially, you gotta do a bunch of these special stages that, you know, some of them, I don't know how easily you can get into the special stages in this game. In Sonic 2, I know you got to get like 50 coins or whatever, right? And then you hit a lamppost, and then bam, you can jump in a little ring. Oh, at this one, it's at the end of the level. That's right. A big ring pops up. If you've gotten like the sufficient amount of rings. I think that's the mechanic. Sorry, I'm musings of a madman here. Let's take a look at some of this art. That's probably the thing that we most need to learn from this at this point. Robotnik's Badniks. You're gonna have to help me with these names here, because I'm gonna be calling these fish and ladybug, crab. We've got Chopper, Motobug. I always love the design for Motobug. Oh shit, what did I do? I just zoomed way in. No, we're good. Also, crab meat? What are we called in? Maybe this is a literal translation from the Japanese. But we got crab meat. We've got Roller, the old Buzz Bomber here. Jaws. Very cool. Taking the you know, the like what is it? Torpedo Bill, or the Super Mario World does a kind of similar one. Caterkiller. Of course, this game would have been well, let's see. When's Super Mario World's release date? I think it was 92, wasn't it? Maybe 91, or it could have even been 90 in Japan. Let me look this up. It was a... Here it is. Super NES, well, Super Famicom came out in Japan in 90. Yeah, November of 90. August of 91. Wow, so August of 91 in North America. But Sonic was just, what were we seeing, like June earlier? June 22nd or something? It was actually like kind of close. I think I had it earlier. Sorry, I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Those dates are closer than I thought for the North American releases of the two games. I like the ball hog too. Look at that. I don't know. I'm trying to remember coming across a ball hog. I don't know. Yeah, Sonic released June 23rd, 91, and then just a couple months later, you get Super Mario World in North America. That's cool. August 23rd. All right, let's finish up with this. Hey, I will check out these survival tips here. Grab all the rings you can. Yep. Every ring you grab is going to make you think of a gas station checkout now, or it should be vice versa. When you hear the gas station checkout, you're thinking Sonic. What is that? How did that sound get so ubiquitous? It must be in some, like, point of sale system that's really popular or something. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You've been at like a convenience store, corner store, gas station, and heard like the cashier ring something up, and like ding, you hear a little Sonic ring. Sonic ring, ring. Use the supersonic spin attack to find hidden items. Supersonic spin attack, okay. Look for ways to get to places that seem impossible to reach. Yep. Look for secret rooms. Remember, there's a time bonus, so race through the acts as fast as you can. I like describing them as the acts. That's that, so you can get to Romans. All right, what else we got? Destroy enemies in succession for extra point bonuses. Extra bonus points. Okay, I must be tired. I can't read right now. Alright guys, this cartridge is only intended for use in the Sega Genesis, okay? Don't bend it, crush it, or submerge it in liquids, you sick. Okay, and please don't leave it in direct sunlight or near a radiator or other source of heat. Come on. Be sure to take an occasional recess during extended play to rest yourself and the Sega cartridge. Most importantly, the Sega cartridge. Remember all the warnings about projection TVs in these manuals? Burn somebody's TV up. Good stuff. All right, guys, that is our Sonic 1 instruction manual. Like I said, I hold the full thing right here in my hands. Thanks for taking a quick peek at that. That's pretty sweet. Again, one thing to think about once we get to the game is, yeah, this wasn't a Genesis launch title. It can feel so purely Sega. And tied to the Genesis or the Mega Drive, I think. Sometimes in my mind, Sonic can. But, yeah. That idea of, for a little while, there being a pack-in game of, like, Altered Beast. It's really interesting to me. A pre-Sonic Sega era. Of course it existed, but I just didn't know about the Master System as a kid. And didn't know about Sonic until a couple of years after this game. So, anyway, sorry, I'm shutting this I'm shutting the box, apparently poorly. Make sure this manual's out of the way. This is why this guy only gets loose carts. That's right. Take the rest, Metro. Don't want to burn your precious eyes out. Move away from the TV. Going over to a friend's house and hearing like, y'all boys, y'all been playing that game all day long. Always that game. All right. Hey, what do you say? Maybe we should take a little break and then we'll play some video games. I think that sounds fun. Love this music too, the Marble Zone music. All right, guys, we're on and rolling. We are starting the healing process right now. Okay? Again, I might be a Nintendo head, no doubt about it. But I've always had a healthy respect for Sonic, and it's time to make things right. Didn't own this Genesis as a kid. I feel an urgency to make up for lost time, honestly. So, all right, guys, I'm going to take a little break. Maybe you should too. I hope to see you back here in a little bit. When we come back, we'll play the game. See you back here in just a bit.
I tend to get bogged down in anxiety.
Hey yo, retro gamers, Nintendo heads, Nintendo nerds, Sega Psychos, all are welcome. Francisco, welcome. How are you? What's going on, guys? Happy Friday. Good to see you. We are here to begin the healing process. Those of us who had the battle scars living through, a console war, the console wars. Trying to come together. A lot of tough memories. Some trauma that I think we could maybe collectively process. As we get into it, I'm kind of thinking of some of the, just playground taunts I would hear. A lot of accusations of, like, especially when you get to that next generation, a lot of accusations of Nintendo 64's graphics suck, and a lot of G talk. Everybody cared about the graphics. I think kids these days are hip to that too. They're like, they understand a little more. It's about the gameplay. Kids are all right. Yeah. Absolutely. We must heal the trauma. I did prepare a statement. I don't know that I can deliver it tonight. Honestly, the nerves have gotten to me, but I have prepared a statement about, this is just, we can only speak from our own personal experience about these console wars, and, I don't know. And I don't care which side you're on. It doesn't matter. And again, there were some folks who, I'm still a little butthurt about it, honestly. They played both sides. They profited off of every side. Maybe they owned every console. I didn't have any for the 16-bit era, so... And I don't know, it seems as if I may have self-selected Nintendo friends, because I ended up around people with Super NESs. Maybe, at the very least with some friends, a friend getting a console, let's be honest, that really helped.
55th Street.
I'm gonna be 55th Street. That was a bump in the cool rating. Cool factor goes up a little bit when you got a new console. Kid next door, he had a couple of those moments. First person I knew with the PlayStation 1. I think he had been a Sega kid too. Honestly, that checks out. I'd forgotten that aspect, that he was Sega. Yeah. Some of those Sega kids, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to not do that tonight. Be objective. How are you, Sid? Welcome. We're playing some Sonic. Seems like we're rolling. Funny thing about that intro, it seems as if, and I checked it elsewhere, it seems as if there's that Sonic logo, the wings and everything, it's not completely centered. And that really bugged me for about 10 minutes today as I tried to adjust the game screen, and then went and watched someone else's video of the intro, and it seems like,
Video game trauma.
How are you, Sid? Welcome, man. Happy Friday. It's good to see you. We're talking console wars, I remember some bullying over Genesis versus Super Nintendo, and then I was paying even more attention and more of a citizen of the world by the time we got to the 64 versus PlayStation. Oh, that's so cool, Metroid. Yeah. Gave someone the gift of gaming. I love that. I gave a friend a GameCube in high school, and sadly she had to give it back. Which sucked. Because she had a really good time playing it for a while. But... I don't know. Parents were weird. Weird about stuff like that. Well, hold on a GD second. Now that I look at it on my screen, I'm like, maybe it is still a bit off. This is the special stage here, the rotating screen. I don't know how I'm gonna handle those. I haven't played Sonic 1 in a little while. I've played some Sonic 2 because that's one of the games I got when I got this Genesis a couple months ago. And I've probably only put a couple hours on this thing. Just ate a cookie and I'm like, oh, hello, more cookie. So we're doing this on the RetroTink 5X Pro, and we have a. I should get a pic. I had one earlier. Whiffed on that. But yeah, I'm using this cable from Insurrection Industries that is a SCART RGB cable, and it's got a cable that comes off of it that goes into the headphone jack on the front of this Model 1 Genesis, and that gives you stereo sound on this Model 1. Coming out the back of it, we'll get started in just a sec. I was showing this the other day. Sitting on top of my glasses, that's cool. This was the like, you know, video output, or just like all output that came from, you know, came with it. I think this was a pack-in, and yeah, you know, of course, just one sound channel, mono only. You can only get mono out the back of the Model 1 Genesis, but through the headphone jack you can make it stereo. So this cable that I got has a cool little split off that just goes to the headphone jack. And you don't have to plug that in anywhere else. Everything else comes in via the, you know, the end of that cable that is plugged into my RetroTink right now, the upscaler. Dustin, what's up, man? Welcome. I'm explaining things while I need to burp. It's not going well. How you doing, man? Oh! Happy Friday. So we're playing Sonic 1, but with the Sonic 2 wallpaper, because up until about noon yesterday, when I finally decided I got to get out of the house and do this. So just one last time, we just got this. The green screen looks funny. There's a fungus. This copy was found, I got it really cheap, actually. Yeah, it turns out it was like out of an estate sale from one of those big floods. You can see the black mold growing right here. No, it's in great shape. It's just green screened out, and Sonic 1, yeah. I need a Sonic 1 wallpaper. Or, you know, stream setup. Let's play this game. I love how in these games you're right into it. Like, it's, you know, you're hitting start once or twice, but you're very quickly... They're putting that, you know, Act 1 up there. Oh, it's so cool. You know what? I just forgot. You can't do the little spin thing. Can't do your spin move back in Sonic 1, right? Beep beep. We're just gonna have some fun. We're just gonna move around. No spin. No Knuckles, if you wanted him. It's a no-go zone for Knuckles. He would just be too awesome. Let's go fast. I keep forgetting that I need to, like, you can't just stop it at the base of something and then just get some momentum. You need to be going fast. Faster than that. This is gonna be a... There you go. Oh no! Oh, that's it. Well, what's on top of that, too? I gotta work my way through some of that stuff. I know that I'm jumping past so much. Beep beep. Here's the little scorpion guys. Yeah. You know, it's funny because I had a deep run in this game with a buddy of mine at some point in high school. It was just one of those days when, like, I don't know, I think we got out of band practice a little early, and, like, we just went home and jammed some Sonic. Ah, shit. Yeah, we're cut off. Oh, get the ring! That's the special stage. So I've had one, you know, like one playthrough where we sat down and we're like, let's play, like, let's just see what we can do in this game. And he was more experienced in it than I was, but it was a pretty fun learning session. I remember coming to like, you know, even though it's slower, like kind of liking some of the platforming. I don't know, maybe I'll think it's terrible now, but I don't know where the emerald is. Oh, it's like in the very center there. Should get a chance to roll on him here. Oh! I'm gonna turn my head. What's up? Welcome, Hubra. Oh, get in there. Money. Doo-doo-doo. Yes, thank you, Hubra. This Nintendo kid's gotta play a little Sonic, you know. Yeah, it was a fun time, Dustin. Yeah, it was. I can't tell you what level we made it to, but I know we made it. We made it well beyond like all the I don't know. I think Marble Zone might be the next one in this game, and I think we were at least two after that or something. I don't know. I don't know, it's been so long. In my head, I call it a deep run, and I'm like, okay, well, how deep really was that? You know? Oh, nice. Well, Hubra, just saw your first message about moving. Yeah, I hope you're all settled in at this point. I know that sucks. Well, the moving process sucks. Hopefully, yeah, you're loving your new situation. I have done the moving process enough times to just, yeah, really know how much it sucks. And how tired you can be. Ooh, hello, Rings. Love the backgrounds. Music in this one is really solid. And Sonic 2 would just be even better, huh? What's on this level? Can't take in the scenery for too long. Gotta be ready. I don't want to get in too much trouble, though. I don't want to... Oh! Oh, gods. That's exactly what I was talking about. Oh, man. Yeah, 1-2 punch right there. You gotta have some rings. Yeah. Well, yeah, I remember enjoying it and realizing that there were parts where they wanted you to go fast, and then other parts where, you know, it, of course, just by having done it a couple times, you know, like where you really need to pull up and just pay more attention, go a bit slower.
I'm a man! I'm 40! I'm a man!
Shh.
You suck.
Okay. Oh, I see a monitor up there. I played the Genesis stuff. Rather, not Genesis, sorry, the Game Gear. As a kid, I played a lot of the Sonic stuff for Game Gear. I had that instead of a Game Boy, and I, you know, didn't have anything 16-bit. Well, you know, didn't have a Genesis or Super NES, I guess. Oh shit! It's free falling. Yeah, absolutely. The music is really good. And you know what? The little bit of Sonic that I played as a kid, the music really stuck with me. And I think I watched a bit of the Sonic cartoon as well. I know that I did. I wasn't catching like episodes in a row that often, you know, like I don't know if there was if they were all just one-off episodes or if there were some overarching storylines, but I just remember, oh wow, okay. I don't know if I realized that those things were falling the whole time. Hello. But some of the music really stuck with me, and then I got some of the music by way of the Game Gear games occasionally, you know. Guess I could get on this swing. You know, sometimes reusing those themes and... Hello. Ooh. I like this shield. Oh, okay. There we go. The backgrounds are so cool in a lot of Genesis games. I don't know, it's very sweet. And the hardware is in such an interesting era for me and place, you know. To think of it coming out in '88 in Japan really blows my mind. '89 in North America. That. Ooh, hello. Nice. Oh, I love those explosions. Cool. That's fun. Hit the switch.
Give me a hell yeah!
Why did it start going so much faster at the end? Were we running out of time or something? What was happening there? Yeah. So I mentioned this earlier, but there's a great retrospective from GTV Japan. And then just, you know, that's the YouTuber, and I would just, you know, look up their Sonic stuff, but he's done like a few Sonic related retrospectives that are well researched and just great visuals, great music. Did one on Sonic Tuesday as well, the worldwide mostly worldwide release on a single day. Oh shit. I got blind. And then one on like, you know, what I can't remember what they did for, you know, Sonic 3 and did a Sonic 3 and Knuckles vid as well. And I know it's good stuff. It's all really well done. Great for the history. When I try to recite it, I'm like, yeah, so like there was a design contest at Sega, right? Okay. And, in-house one. And, I remember loving this level. I played this with my buddy a few times. That's gonna stay down as right, because we had that on the Switch. And I remember thinking that the lava looked so cool. And of course we spent a little time in that lava too, but yeah, you know, I only haven't watched that one because I'd like to say Phantasy Star. At some point we should do that. Or I should do it by myself. At some point, that's something I've always wanted to play. Ever since learning about Phantasy Star Online. Oh shit. This is just like taking me back. I haven't played the first Sonic, like, since, I guess, about that time, like, playing it with my buddy in high school, around that era. Someone might have had it for their Wii around me, but I don't know. Oh, shit. Whoops. Okay. I think I just let him run off. Oh, hello. Forgot about the bats. There you go. Isn't there something up? Okay. Maybe not. Okay, yeah. Isn't that cart really expensive too? I imagine that one's worth a lot. You know, I would really like to get around to a Phantasy Star, like I said, ever since seeing Phantasy Star Online. Something I watched pointed this out, that this looks like Mario, question mark? Up in this column, like follow the column all the way up, and then look at those figures that are repeated there. Is that a smiling Mario? Are we running through the ruins of Nintendo's empire? God, $100 at release, right? Yeah. One thing I was a bit bummed about is that while I was at the store to get Sonic 1, I'm like, I see that they have a complete inbox, like one of them. I'm like, all right, yes, I'm gonna get it as soon as I can. Yeah, I'll get someone to get it out of the case for me, and then I just started shopping and stuff, looking around and, you know, browsing a bit. I kind of forgot about it for half a second, and the thought came to mind of like, oh, you know what? I love Sonic, and I'm gonna play Sonic tomorrow. We're getting that Sonic. But what if... Is there anything? Oh shit, I wanted to see. Don't die. Yeah, what's... Come on. A little momentum. That's... Yeah, that's right. That's where that fire is. Okay. That fire jumped out of nowhere. Alright. Love the music for this level. Gotta get my Mega Man on here. Oh gods. I'm curious. Oh man. Were there any Phantasy Star titles that didn't make it to the US? How are we doing on lives? Can't be careless. Well, I can't be. We're just gonna play some Sonic tonight. I could be careless, I guess. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah. That's interesting. I am really fascinated by those who played RPGs, you know, before the dam really broke for them in North America, because, you know, I had to come along with that wave, you know. Oopsie. I mean, I got to like a 7th grade, and, you know, I've told the story about like being at the cafeteria and there's these kids poring over a strategy guide for Final Fantasy VIII. And I didn't know anything that they were talking about, really, but I wanted to know. Oh, hello. There you go. Just survive. Don't expect greatness. I don't expect Chaos Emeralds. I just want to make a... hopefully get through a couple worlds. Oh, I know. Remember this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's interesting, like, I think, whoopsie. Shit. Okay, well, I think that's it for... Well, we have one chance to survive. It's teetering on the edge. How about a second block? Let's go.
Give me a hell yeah!
Yeah. I think for me, I don't know that I'd heard of Final Fantasy. You know, it all gets mixed up for me, but like, I think for me, the first RPG I played for sure was Pokemon, which that came out in '98, you know, and then it was like, changed schools, and then I think like Final Fantasy VIII was maybe freshly out at that point or something, and I remember thinking like, oh, and there's also this other one with this guy with spiky hair that looks really cool. I could play that one too, you know? I had a buddy who was gonna lend me his, we were gonna trade 64 for PlayStation for a bit. Or I think he even just loaned me his PlayStation for a little while, because, yeah, he had gotten his FF fix. I remember staying up late one time at his place beating the final boss of Final Fantasy VIII. And I've like barely played this series at that point, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on in this game? They're seeing this, the like, you know, GF sequences and Ultimacia and all these crazy, you know, cinematic moves that they would have that were very, the ruins of Maria. Ruins of the Mushroom Kingdom. I just remember the spectacle of it kind of blowing me away, and like, definitely thinking there was a cool factor. I gotta play these games. I don't think I even realized right away, oh, this is what it should do in, you know, Pokemon in terms of like HP and etc. What's up with all these games putting HP for your life? I don't understand. Get that caterpillar. There's like a secret on the left on one of these, isn't there? Hello. Don't want to get pinched. Yeah. Right. Are you? I think I may have seen this, but I don't know. You're being literal with the last part of your message there, eh? With the shitting in cornflakes, or I'm imagining a nice, edgy-looking kid turned around backwards, for the ad campaign. Well, that was not good. We didn't have a whole lot of rings, but we got through it. We went through very slowly. It's funny.
Oh, yes! 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 We got it, baby!
What's going on? Why did I hit the pause button? I think I would have really liked RPGs had I, had a friend into them earlier, but I also didn't have my own system, so alas, I did get to do some somewhat consistent gaming with some friends, but it always felt like, we're only really playing with some of the friends, like the multiplayer stuff. With others, it would just be fun to go through a one-player game together. Some fun co-gaming. What's on this level? Got Darth Vader's Iron Lung. I can imagine the ad. It's it's like he's like, maybe, I don't know. He's got what it is they've got a garbage can, like a silver garbage can, sort of around their bum, so that you don't see anything. And maybe they've put like Nintendo on it or something. I don't know. They just shit on Nintendo, They were this close to saying that in the ads. I think Sega just shits on the competition. There was the edge to everything. And then it's crazy how that would like kind of come back to bite them with like those hearings. I did a short special about the some of this stuff that would basically, it was one of the big steps towards the ESRB, and it was those congressional hearings, Senate hearings with like Joe Lieberman, among others, like bringing like these two lawyers, like, well, there were others as well, but there's one that's just gold that has the Sega and Nintendo lawyers together. It's crazy to watch this stuff in retrospect. And since there can be some dry things, like there are some, if you're just into some clips, there are some good stuff for that too. But I think it's it's crazy. It's so awkward. I screwed up. I had a good thing going, but I grew out on an island.
Thank you so much for that spectacular
Act 3,
performance.
come on, get it together. Yeah, it's interesting. Some of that stuff that I've seen of like a mock-up of like Final Fantasy VI using potentially silicon graphics based console, you know, so just real theoretical stuff here. It looked bad. Have you guys seen that? There's some footage of like, I guess just a test, you know, just a test demo of like some Final Fantasy VI. It would have, yeah. It's really funny because some of that early 3D stuff at the time, man, it really felt like, for this kid, it felt like a huge jump, you know, like, are you kidding me? That's another dimension. And I certainly loved the art style of the games I was into, but wasn't thinking much about art style and aesthetic much more than on a visceral level, at the, experiencing it on a visceral level at that point. So, yeah, I know it's interesting. Yeah, that like I was thinking about doing a little something on that and just the rivalry between the two. Oopsie, two wings behind Sonic. The North American and Japanese. It's really interesting too. Some of the stuff that was the North American office was like, no, they nixed the Madonna idea. No, that's not happening. No rock band. I think that they didn't like a Hedgehog. They were really dismissive. They wrote a. They came back with some, like, basically awful feedback. That was the jump, I think. About some of the things that would stick in the game as well, you know. I say awful because they stuck and it's iconic at this point, but yeah, you know. Who knows? Watch that documentary I mentioned. Got the goods. I think there's something maybe in the top right here. Yes. I knew there was something around here. Okay. I'll play this right. So I played a little Sonic 2 with my wife the other night, and at this point, you know, I've played just an hour or two of that, not even all in one go. I've made it to the third act each time and then been like, okay, it's the end of the night. I'm very tired. I'm not trying to go any further. But, yeah, looking forward to getting to that one too. She hasn't played any Sonic, and that's her first Sonic. We've both, at this point, we've both played, I think, twice or something, and swapped off on the controller. And it's interesting to watch someone who hadn't played any at all, who, you know, didn't. So I'm bad at executing it, but like, it's just interesting, you know. She didn't get a chance to read an instruction manual. She hasn't watched gameplay, so you get into it, and yeah, you have to learn. Hey, he likes to roll, you know, especially in Sonic 2. There's a lot of parts where you just let off the controller in those first couple levels, especially where they kind of let Sonic go for a while, you know. Oh shit, you can. God, I don't know what happened there. But yeah, you can. Do we start moving? I forget what this is. Oh, boss. Oh, Yeah, he still had a very manga in that early stuff, huh? Still had kind of a little manga feel to him. Zero rings, no bueno. Shit. Well, I just need to get the opposite platforms then. It's fun to watch the little flames. I love to watch the flames dance. Dance across the marble. This background is cool and just screams Genesis to me, and it also looks like something from an Altered Beast video I think I was seeing. The music is... Music... Oh, I keep pausing by setting it down. Don't understand.
The Force will be with you, always.
Doo-doo-doo. The 32X and the Saturn, yeah. And then, of course, both of those things really just... It's hard to recover from that, you know? It's set them on the... I'm just now catching up on the chat. Yeah, I was seeing her comment, Dustin. I was thinking stuff like that, like... that sort of set them on the road to ruin. It's interesting, too, the post-mortem. I'm trying to remember who it was, but someone who I think had even been, like, president of Sega Japan for a while, I think, talked about how Sega's problem was that, of course, they were great at arcade. They did that very well, and he admitted that they never really knew what the hell they were doing when it came to consoles. Okay, let's get a roll on. Sonic likes to roll. What's to our left? Oh, okay. Hey, there it is. I hold my jaw all tight. Yeah. Sonic wants to go fast. Sonic's all about some speed. Cope? The game just told me to cope. Oh my god. See, I thought we could take a conciliatory tone, you know, between us Nintendo nerds and Sega psychos. I get in here and then I see Cope. And then all these, like, everything. I remember this level. I think I sometimes in my head mix this up with whatever the casino night or Sonic 2's fun, you know, bouncy area. Doodle-doo-doo. Do-do-do. Catching up on the chat. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, Hubra. Yeah, Sonic 2 seems already like it's so good. I appreciate some aspects of these games, like how it just jams you straight into the game right away. You know, I guess you're getting that with some of those, like, earliest Marios. But the way it's tied into the music and stuff, there's a sweet... It gets... One of the things that Sega does well sometimes is, okay, you know, of course they're known for their arcade stuff and arcade ports for their systems, but sometimes they do hit a sweet spot where the console games have the right amount of, like, what makes you want to put a quarter into a coin-op Sega game. You know, I think there's an understanding of, like, fun gaming. Get them in quick. The music is up, bum, 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 you know, if they want that, you know, like, there's points where Sega has that design with their console games, when I think that's when they're, yeah, it's like that perfect blend. And Yeah, there's a whole lot of games that hit that, but yeah, I think that that's one of the sort of stories from I'm kind of seeing with like categories that these games fall into. And yeah, it's been interesting. I really haven't played much of the catalog outside of, I've done the Sonic stuff, well, the mainline stuff. I haven't played any of the like Spinball or, oh, I forgot about these guys, yeah. Oh shit. And I've barely played 3. 3 I've played the least, and you know, Sonic and Knuckles. Yeah. It's interesting too, because I think that, oh, hello. I meant to get out of there. Just got a little stuck. It seems like, you know, the Dreamcast has seen, it's been in kind of a positive light lately. I feel like it's gotten a, I don't know, people are taking a second look at it. Sometimes every console has to just hit certain landmarks too, where it starts to be, you know, starts to go back into the public conscious, you know. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Yeah. I like this stuff here. I remember being, you know, just like playing this and being like, oh, stuck down there for a little bit. Okay, I already hit that one, so let's move to the right. Now that we've used our invincibility. I think I even went down that way and then maybe started going left last time. Hold on. How easily can we do the like, jump out of the curve? I know with Sonic 2, that's like... Yeah, it's sort of a different mechanic, huh? Yeah, can't really do what I'm thinking of. I don't think. Maybe if I'm going faster. Can I just jump in there? Okay, what are you doing? Yeah, hey, there it is. CPU. This is good stuff. Actually, I should say very ominous. You just got a light show in the sky. CPU. Just over them our mountains. That's your blast processing for you. we're gonna put a flashing. Yeah, God. Yeah, some of these games I think are yeah, not so great for the photosensitive. I should probably get some kind of disclaimer rolling. Here's your disclaimer. If you're photosensitive, these games are going to be brutal. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't watch it. We're playing the OG. You know, before they would... I don't know to what extent Sonic games would do that, but I think that that's been an interesting fascination I haven't really pursued lately, but have been thinking about some. Is games getting games getting patched, like, oh shit, to cover flashes, newer versions of games, remakes, rather remasters. Wow, 13 rings. Oh, I always forget about that.
All right, you alien assholes!
Act 2, baby. Oh, which is slower than the Super NES's, right, Dustin? Is that what you were saying yesterday? A couple days ago. Yeah. Hey, thank you guys for hanging. I just now, I had missed that your comment there about you know, not being a Mario clone, and yeah, totally. And I think as a kid, I had already played so much Mario that I know that that's even a joke, that like, hey, it's not Mario, but you know, that just kind of speaks to what a lot of people think about your favorite Italian plumber. But definitely, if you are coming from that, it is something to get adjusted to. But yeah, I really like it. As a kid, I enjoyed it too. Well, that makes sense then, that it was the slowest, yeah. Or you're saying, sorry, which one in your last comment? The SNES is your last comment there. Oh, got the spikes. That blasted CPU again. Yeah, right. They didn't have that blast processing. Okay, go. And I am sad. I had a whole folder on the soundboard that disappeared. You guys aren't hearing much of the soundboard. Honestly, there's a level of disappointment that hit as I was setting up for the stream, which took way too long. And I realized I lost a folder called Game Specific. And in that folder, I had Neat and Tidy, the Mario, Zelda, you know, basically broken down by series and all the associated sounds. And that folder is gone. I have the sounds and stuff, but everything that organized it, nice and neat on this soundboard, is it's gone. So I'm sad. I realized that because I wanted to jam some Sonic and a little more Sonic and Genesis than I've been doing. So.
Dad, you idiot! You know what that is?
I like these portholes here. You've got like just. Okay, we're on a ship. We're inside a giant computer. Okay. Where should I be heading? My momentum was taking me left, but I'm just a fool. Let's see what's over this way. With a better jump than that. Oh, good. God. Hey, spiky balls will get you every time. The flying maces. Holy. I think eventually a fun thing to do once I'm better at these games would be to play a couple of them in the same night. Not to do, you know, not necessarily to try to reignite the console wars. Again, we're here for healing. But, you know, once I'm handling one of these games or something, maybe doing a twofer or this plus, like, for instance, Mario World or even just, yeah, playing them both for a little bit. But I really, you know, I gotta get the Sega kicks first. I gotta give it its due. Got the other streams to for Nintendo. I have two controllers at this point. I'm using the OG one that came with it when my buddy bought it. I'm assuming the one that came with the console or a replacement. But yeah, I have the 6-button one as well. Figured it didn't matter too much for this game. Because I did earlier, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I don't think... Once I got in and started playing, I'd kind of forgotten, but yeah, there's no spin in this one. Sonic can't do his little charge-up spin. So, shoot. Oh! I'll play with this big one. I guess I just thought that thing was going to stop before it got to me. I don't know. The hubris. Steady. What is going on here? Oh, come on. You've got no momentum. Keep wondering if I could... The yellow ones? I don't know why. The yellow ones in particular, I'm like, oh, I can jump on it. Hello. Get out of here, little imposter. It's interesting that this game was based on... I was seeing that there was a design... like of a concept in... 89, basically. That I think I need to be heading right. Just, you know, the essential gameplay of this, of a ball going through curved areas, and you know, something that can go into a ball, and yeah, just the physics of it doing this. And I always think that's really interesting when you've got like a good gameplay hook. Since with these games, you know, gameplay is often where it started. I don't know what you'd say about, I mean, with this one, they of course set out to, we need a mascot and we need a game. The first thought was we need a company mascot. And then, okay, we need that company mascot in a game. Let's go. Bing. I remember as a kid, I think, trying to get some additional points through hitting these here, you know? Sounds... I mean, you can just chill on this one, I guess.
That's the game.
Can't get any bounce off of them, I don't think. I don't think I can get any higher than this. Hello. There's probably more to explore there. Go! Thank you guys for hanging. This has been fun. I enjoy getting into this game, chopping it up with you guys. Especially, yeah, it's cool to see that some of you guys have played these games or have some experience. I meant to say this earlier, but one of the things that my wife thought was awesome was that the little animals run out, you know, after you destroy the little mech or whatever. That the animals that are trapped inside, like, go running, and just thought it was so cute. And I gotta say, it is the cutest darn thing. Absolutely. And, you know, see, I figured for today, you know, especially with the spin move of like, okay, let's play, I'm gonna go buy Sonic. So I threw all this together very quickly. So I didn't get back from that errand for a while yesterday, and finally was like, all right, let's start setting up for Sonic 1. I had a big list of stuff, and then I realized, you know what? Let's go over the instruction booklet, and let's just talk like a teensy bit of history, because that's already, you know, been done very well elsewhere. I think we're about to get squished. And we can build on it. So yeah, that's the plan. Today was pretty brutal. I didn't sleep that well last night, and then woke up, got the run in. It's been positive since then, but it just has been so busy, you know. This has been the most chill, just sitting and playing this. Yeah, I like that place. Yeah, I gave them a shout out. It was good. They were busy too. good to see them doing some business, and you know, it was $24 for the complete inbox, which I think was worth it. Game started on the first try. They test them there, and you get like you could bring it back if it's not working and swap it out. I think it's easy. Oh, oopsie. Sometimes I'll take it for granted that there's just not that many stores. It's hard to do anything brick and mortar at this point, and then yeah, so many people will just only purchase online. Sometimes, but yeah. And I mean, everything you could ever want's on eBay. I've certainly found a lot of retro game stuff there, especially some of the Japanese stuff. I went through there, and that's where I found that good deal for the the Parvinator 64 series, all the Japanese 64 games. Oh, come on, damn it. No, hello. I don't like this zero ring situation here. Gotta be careful. Also, you could go down here too. I have only gone up, I think. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that it's easy for folks to get stuff shipped too. I mean, man, getting some like great cables and things, and that's one thing that's like harder to come by at the secondhand stores, because there's probably not going to be, well, one, a lot of there's so many with retro games. There's so much stuff too that is like it can be a bit niche at times, and it's just not to like have that at a brick and mortar store. You might have a better usage of the space. Oh shit, dropping the controller. Get your act together, Sonic. That's embarrassing.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Well, darn. Sonic just had enough. I don't think I realized that I was on my last life there. No zero life, huh? Damn. I didn't mention this earlier, but one of the things, I think I forgot to complete this story, but when I was at the store, I wanted to get something that was, maybe a launch title. I didn't think I'd play it today, but like that would be cool to be like one of the next games we played or something. Something that was, at least, when the Genesis came out in the US in '89, one of those, which includes stuff like Altered Beast and a few others. I'll get that list. I thought I saved that somewhere. And I went to the store, and honestly, I kind of blanked out. I got sort of stuck on Altered Beast as the one that I wanted, and then I realized like, oh, they don't have it. I was like looking at the. I'm looking across. They have just these racks and racks of the loose carts and stuff, and I realized, oh, it's alphabetical. And then, okay, well, no Altered Beast. I think they did have Afterburner. Yeah. Let me see if I can find that list. I've never played Altered Beast, other than maybe like, a quarter or two at the arcade once, like. I'm trying to show this. Do. Bing bong do. Yeah. Anyway, I'm having some trouble getting it pulled up. Sorry. This, I'm not going to worry about it right now, but 89 had a bunch of great games, guys. Should we play this one more time? Maybe get a little break and give it one more shot, I think. One thing about these games is that you want to, you want to work on them. I spent some time on them, coming back to them a couple times, get a little bit further each time. As a kid, it's funny, some of those games. We talked about like games that you just never beat, but you still enjoyed. And you could have a rotation of games. And this is your game that you never made it past that first boss. Maybe that one time, you always think about it, Kung Fu was a game that lived in my head. It was part of the rotation as a kid. Did you guys ever play Kung Fu for NES? It had some other title for outside North America. But, I saw Kung Fu being referenced in a retrospective for Zelda 2 yesterday. That was really good. And they mention it as some of the kind of reference material for a similar fighting game with upper and lower attacks. And yeah, Kung Fu, I remember I had like one good run. It was like the good run before church or something, and to never be repeated. Mostly because I didn't play it after that point, But yeah. I know I knocked a couple bosses out. Felt good.
I don't know what else it could be.
All right. Let's go here. Oh, sharp cut there. Welcome, guys. How you doing? We're working on the healing tonight. I'm glad you're here. A lot of us are victims of the console wars. A lot of us profited off of the console wars, potentially. Maybe you had both systems. Playing both sides. I'm not gonna say I'm jealous. Time heals all. I was jealous. Alright. I think I'm gonna get a break and then maybe we play a little bit more of this. I also have a couple other Genesis games at this point we could just dabble with if that feels right too. I should say that's the cart. That's the one we're playing right now. I got a good pick of it, and yeah, on the other pages I've got the box as well. But yeah, pretty sweet. Glad we got this. Super Speed. Bust the video game speed barrier wide open with Sonic the Hedgehog. Blaze by in a blur using the supersonic spin attack. Loop the loop by defying gravity. Plummet down tunnels, then dash to safety with Sonic's power sneakers. All at a frenzied pace. All at a frenzied pace. Jesus. I thought paced was more on the slow side, but... I hear the early 90s, that was a fun time. And I'm sure Sonic USA was having some fun. Here was Party Central down there, Yeah. Frenzy Paste, yes. Frenzy Paste, yeah. Every arts and, quote, arts and crafts project I had to do as a kid. Probably glued, like, at the beginning of class during the roll call. How you guys doing? Happy Friday. Good to see you. Welcome. I'm gonna get a break. See you guys back here in a bit. BRB.
Wow, Sonic's fast, too.
Parvinator.
Hey, yo, good to see you guys. Welcome. What's going on? Happy Friday. Oh, man. Where's that thumbnail? There it is. I don't know. We're still early in the healing process. You really can't rush this kind of thing, honestly. We could be here for a while. Not necessarily tonight, but, you know, the long run. I am also, again, really curious for you guys to share and reshare any stories you might have of actual console war interactions. And as we play these, some are coming to mind. I was all a little more acutely aware of it for the 64 versus PlayStation era. With Genesis and Super NES, I did hear that. And yeah, there was something about some of the Genesis kids. Not all, but there was like a little air of danger, you know. We're going to explore that. Yeah, those stereotypes, some would say. Others would say common traits of those who had Sega versus Nintendo. And we're going to blow away some of those stereotypes. I think we're also going to... I'm sure some of us are going to be like, okay, well, that's, you know, that's truthful. That's me. Yeah. Those edgy Sega kids. Absolutely. I heard a lot about graphics during the 64 and PlayStation 1 eras, and I think showing the full motion videos, of course, often was like, that was supposed to be the shutdown evidence, you know, like, dude, Final Fantasy VII, okay? That's all you need to know. It was tough to have a nuanced discussion during the console wars because, again, everybody's amped up. I was also, for the Super NES and Genesis ones, I was also, you know, kind of young, so I remember some playground taunting for sure. I remember someone at church pressing me about you know, 64 graphics not being that great, because I was just like, oh, well, I like my I think I had said I have a 64. It wasn't even necessarily like I'm Team Nintendo, you know, which, yeah, but he didn't ask that. And yeah, it just came out, oh yeah, well, I've got a 64. And then I started getting an earful from this guy, and I was like, man, I don't know. What's he covering for? Is this blast processing really all that it's... No, I guess he's talking about the PS1 at that point. So it's, yeah, CDs and full motion videos. Again, what am I going to say to that? I don't remember what it was, but he had gotten, it might have been the graphics argument. He got one thing in like right before the service. It was like the shushing was already happening, and he like got the last jab in, and it hurt. And I remember just sitting there, and I couldn't tell you what aspect of the Bible I was supposed to be learning about, but I was just sitting there fuming, thinking about how that Sega kid just fucking chat all over me, man. I just stood there and took that and was like, the graphics are bad, I know. Maybe it's not all about, oh, yeah, you're getting shushed, and I didn't know what to say. I wasn't prepared to, and then to come back to Sonic taunting after that, honestly. It wasn't prepared to deal with. I don't know, maybe I wasn't prepared to defend it. I just knew what I had, mostly. I knew what system I possessed, and yes, I did like Nintendo stuff as well, but I would have loved to have had everything, you know. You guys want to play this maybe one more time? Give it one more shot. Let's try one more. This might be the fun one, we'll see.
Wow, Sonic's fast, too. Hey, guy, you're the first serious game I've seen all morning.
Any monitors up early? In the trees? The argument's over. The time for argument is over. May I refer you to? Final Fantasy VII. Yeah. Well, totally, yeah. It's really interesting seeing those systems too, and that's a breakdown where, once again, most friends were Nintendo. Most of the folks, and again, did I self-select? I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, for 64 as well. I did have. It was my friends who were. It was Final Fantasy was the big, like, common tie through, you know, so the PlayStation was the conduit there. But yeah. It's interesting because I think the 64, having played all those games, it's really interesting what it still does really well, and then where I can find it lacking. I also do wish for the 64 I had a CRT. It's the one system that when I play it on the Retro Tink, I get like a little bit of a... I know it's just... It was not a clean output. My understanding. But yeah, it's like things get a little waffled out. Like, I don't know, it's... I think some of the stuff, some of the flaws that may look just a teensy bit better on a CRT, maybe just by way of everything else on the screen looking the same level of... Oops. Analog, you know, analog goodness. Damn! Loss of a lot of coins. Man, we had a Chaos Emerald at this point. Last time. This is the second.
Oh, this is a Sonic the Hedgehog from Sega Genesis.
Try an Act 2. It's interesting too because, yeah, well, it's interesting because devs were stuck on, most devs were stuck on trying to force 3D, which I still love some of those styles. And it's funny that I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that I don't know. There's a lot of creepypasta written about, you know, 64 era early 3D games. I tend to think they're at least... I like it, and I think it's at least interesting to me, but I lived through it and remember thinking, oh, this is cool. And I remember seeing stuff like Super Mario RPG and thinking, wow, you know, like, wow, look at this. It's kind of 3D. And it's on the Super NES. Like seeing something for that in Nintendo Power. Okay, let's make Sonic go fast here. I think got hung up here last time. He wants to go fast. And then he wants to get on that, which is not that crazy of a jump either. Oh, must be done. Thank you. I need to start. I said I wanted to write these down, and I've been doing a bad job. I think part of it is that I recognize a lot of the titles, even if I haven't played it, or, you know, some are, you know, arcade stuff. But yeah, thank you. All right, I'm working backwards now. Virtua Fighter. I know we mentioned Altered Beast. There was that I'll have to go back, yeah. It's Thunder Force or something? Pilot. The Top Gun of Genesis. Okay. How do I get that? Gotta go a little... I think I... Did I make my way to that earlier? Isn't there like a... I don't know. In time. Alright. You don't have to go too fast. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Right. Well, that's interesting. You know, and I remember with Super Mario RPG having that, like, Super FX chip. I guess it uses it, and it had it on the packaging as well, I believe. But yeah. Something like that. Whatever it was, I know it was a big cart. Oh, okay. That's right. Extra Sonic with 100. Alright. You get back to that ring, buddy.
Hey, guy, you're the first serious gamer I've seen all morning.
Alright. Yeah. So, some of those late NES games, I have a... It's funny, because they'll always live in my mind, because that's when I started reading, like, Nintendo Power and stuff, and... I remember just seeing those little, the official art for Mario RPG and just thinking, this looks cool, what is this? Oh, careful now. Hey, no, Sonic, no. We need to really do a 180. Damn.
Look at these radical colors, huh?
That's not how it's done.
No way! I don't believe it!
Oh, we might need to be fast too. The ring, I don't know. One thing that's cool about these levels that I don't think is immediately seen is that, yeah, you can take your time to an extent, or they're kind of meant, of course, to be explored thoroughly. There's levels to it. You don't have to do any the whole thing. If you want the goods, you might have to. If you want to get a whole bunch of extra lives for when the game gets really brutal. That was bad. Blum, blum, blum. Catching up with the chat here. Thanks for talking this stuff with me, Dustin. Yeah. It's been fun to learn more about the hardware and, like, you know, for me as a kid, there really was just that. I understood what a good game was, but there was no concept of course, like, programming or, you know, anything beyond the, I'm too young, too, to really get into too much beyond the bits, the bit wars. You know, bits were hot. This console we're playing has the number of bits right on the cover. Right there for all to see. Showing their bits exposed to the whole world. But that's the thing about a number, is that it looks really cool, and then Right, exactly. 88 Japan? Yeah, 16 bits. Throw that on the front. Or 16. Yeah, you probably have turbo graphics. I don't know at what point in time they're rolling, but that's a whole other world that I've like never, you know. I remember just like barely hearing about those systems as a kid, and how do we get that one? You can do a jump off of one of these parts, eh? Or coming from somewhere else. Well, that seemed kind of nice. I must master the sonic jump. Like, when do I let go? Oh, hello. Oh shit, that might have been it actually from... That might have been the bounce off of that, I don't know. Okay, whatever. I'll learn to maneuver this little blue devil another day. I want to get on that swing too, but I'm out here fighting for my life. I love this part here. Good little showcase here, huh? They took you behind the waterfall.
The Parvinator.
Right. Was it PC? Yeah, I knew that they were the PC engine and stuff. Yeah, I didn't realize that was also just an 8-bit system. Well, that also, when you start talking bits, there is all the lies. Seeing the Jaguar at KB Toys. And seeing 64 bits. My God. They've done it. 64, and then, yeah, of course you learn about it. Yeah, it's some creative, very creative accounting. Okay, we're... Oh, no ring on this level, because we're boss. Of course. I love his, wrecking ball. Ooh, hey-yo. That one gets me every time. I mess up my rhythm. We got this. This is where, well... I love the two flowers just right behind the capsule here. The jail, whatever, I don't know. All the mechs are just a little animal jail. Look at this background. Looks pretty sweet, right? On the... We've got the RetroTink 5X Pro. Yeah. Rolls off the tongue. The RetroTink 5X Pro. Glad we got the stereo sound on it too. I'll have to show you guys that cable. I'll have to pull that up at some point. All right. Yeah, I think it does. Sonic 2 looks good. Before we stop here, I'll just fire up Sonic 2 just to like watch the intro or something. It's yeah. I mean, of course, it's Sonic 2 and it looks great, but yeah. How are we doing sound-wise? I actually haven't checked that in a minute. I'll see. Maybe it could go just up a little bit. I'll I was really setting things up for one time today, and it was funny because I made a list of the things I needed to do, and then of course thought of like a twice that amount of other things. Once the list, I stopped adding things on. I would have had about another list's worth of stuff that I was like, oh god, I want to do this with the stream, so with the setup, it's going to be a work in progress. Well, yeah, I think this game looks sick. It honestly is the best looking console I can play right now. The best looking output I can give with any of these consoles. I've got an RGB card for the Super Famicom, and it looks really good, but I don't have, like, you know, the best Super Famicom. If you didn't know, there's a whole lot behind, like, which Super Famicom some people obsess over getting. For, understandably so, like, you know, the best picture. But there are levels at which people make it, you know, if you're just like trying to buy one, maybe you don't, most don't need to necessarily think about every single detail, but they say, this is primo. I'm like, all right. I don't have RGB on these other systems either, just, you know, circumstances that don't allow it on anything other than that Super Famicom. Which, well, I guess that's, you know, well, I already mentioned that. You get the point. Yeah, well, you know what's helped is I have some carts. Well, of course, just having collected from before, you know, some of that stuff is gone, but the Super Famicom I always kept. And I got that on that one trip to Japan many years ago. Didn't play it a whole lot. I spent a lot of that time packed away pretty good in the closet after some initial, you know... Oh, shit. We gotta be close. Oh, trapped. It's 50 coins, isn't it? I might be getting laughed at by Robotnik. Yeah, I think I'm really excited by where they're at with FPGA and because this stuff that I have isn't going to last forever, and I'm having to learn a little bit of handy stuff to keep it running, you know, fix controllers, stuff like that. Having flash carts, I think, is really sweet. I think that is, of course, those have been around for a while, but I think that helps in this day and age when carts are so expensive. Past that. You know what? Let's go ahead and let's get up there. User knowledge. Interesting to see what's gonna happen with this. Oh shit! This, you know, analog 64. Whatever it's called. Go, go, go. Oh, I remember getting hit by the lava a couple times. Just as a kid, some fond memories of getting hung up a bit and running from the lava. This game is great. Such good music. I think the gameplay is really simple. You pick up on it so fast. Don't take my gameplay as, you know, as evidence of that, but it's fun, man. Look at the lava, too. I love how quickly you get back in after dying, too. With the music, you know, there feels like such a great repetition. Again, it's sort of that arcade fusion. Yeah. I know, I'd be interested in getting all my stuff a tune-up at some point. Yep. Cat doesn't want to tune up. She wants some tuna. Woohoo! What the fuck are you talking about? Thank you. Right, the cat is out of the door. Sadly, she doesn't get tuna. She gets special kidney food. I don't know if they give us a flavor. Go. Jumping with no momentum. You know, this game with its kind of slower gameplay, I think, having played the Game Gear stuff, I think I can connect kind of easily with this. It feels... I like this aspect of, you know, like exploring the levels a little more slowly. And then in Sonic 2, you get to just go super fast in a couple times, and the loops and stuff are awesome. You know, that game is amazing. It has some, like, showpiece stuff. Like Chemical Plant Zone or whatever, like... Just some of those loop-de-loops.
Hell yeah!
Exactly, man. Thank you. Some of those loop-de-loops that you do. Oh, wow! It's like such an obvious showpiece for the system, you know, just... And it's fun as hell, you know. I'll get all the points. The more points you get, the closer you are to stopping Dr. Robotnik. Holy shit, Sonic. Oh my god, you're going to die, Sonic. Oh! Okay. Yeah, I should be going wild. I'm invincible right now. Hello. This song is so fun.
What's
Just want to hear the music. I need to go to the like sound test or something.
Is that old stranger?
I'm trying to think of that one. It's not the Okay, be careful here. There you go, you got stabbed. Yeah, and now I'm curious how far I made it as a kid. I do think I made it past that stage we flunked out at, but maybe not too much further. Now that a lot of this stuff is set up, it'll be easier to get in and get some gaming in, especially since some of these games are action platformers. There's a lot of potential for like a twofer. If anything, just because I'm making it to the 3rd or 4th level and keep dying over and over again in whatever game it is. Say, yeah, let's play the other thing. Golden Axe was one of those launch games as well. Which had me thinking, I haven't played enough of those games, and I think the one I played the most of was I think that there was one for 64. And I didn't play a lot of it, but a friend busted that out one time. Yes, Ghost and Goblins was listed as well, yeah, which I'm kind of curious to see what that feels like on Genesis. I haven't played, the, oopsie. With that series, like, I've played a little bit of whatever was on the NES, and then like 2 seconds of whatever. It was a super, there was a super, but I don't know if it was Ghouls and, maybe it was Ghouls and Ghosts or something. I mixed those two titles up. I don't know the difference. Filthy casual.
Is that all, stranger?
There's something good we can jump up to. Well, this. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, what I'd read, yeah, mentioned it being based off the arcade game, which I think, or I had heard that at one point, but I don't know that I've ever played an arcade cabinet with that. So that came as a total surprise, honestly. I don't know. I don't know that I ever knew that game was Sega either, just because I'd known a little of it, but I've played it just a couple times, and yeah, I remember as a kid, like, okay, wow, hey, that's over quick. Now, I would have been playing the NES version as a kid. Capcom, that's right, thank you. Well, I knew that, and okay, now I'm confused. Yeah, they just did a Capcom arcade port over to Genesis. That makes sense. Well, yeah, that's funny. Capcom. I saw a video on maybe that NES one or in Genesis, I don't know, but like I guess you get to the end and then it's like, hey, oh no, it was on the Genesis version, yeah. And it was like, hey, you get to the end. Hello. Wrong. Shield number 2, here we go. Double shielded. That's a sick sound. Ching. I hear Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles are a pleasure. And I have barely played those games. Those are the ones I've played the least of. And I played them... Oh, he got squished. Yeah, I can't just... It's waiting too long. I played it in all places. The ear, nose, and throat doctor as a kid. And I was pretty young, but I just remember they had this machine. They had this like a 2-controller kind of setup, and it had a few. I could see. I don't know if I could see the Genesis, but I could see the games that were available, and it was Sonic 1, Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic & Knuckles. Now, sadly, with Sonic & Knuckles, you could not and Knuckles any of the other games. This machine would not allow that. But that was the most that I ever played that game, and I think I played Sonic and Knuckles. Just kind of went straight to that, and just remember thinking like, oh wow, this looks so cool. You know, that first level. Also, what am I doing? Whoa, I can crawl now? Yeah. I remember I didn't have enough time to really get familiar with you know, the way that Knuckles handles. Whoop. I think there's something up there. I need that. Yeah. Thank you for the trolling as well, since I don't know the source material. Sorry to make you have to, you know, give us that disclaimer. I guess you don't have to, but yeah. I'll say sometimes it's, I'm certainly grateful. I don't know, I should have gone left, but okay. Maybe still can. Hold on. We play this right. Sorry, Sonic. You just gotta burn yourself. Well, was I supposed to be going right there? I mean... Oh, I was. Okay, well that makes sense. Now I remember. They do a great job with the level design, too, of it. I think it's kind of hard to picture these, you know, these levels. And in fact, if you look up, like, full level, you know, it's interesting, because, you know, you do see how labyrinthian they can be. Labyrinthian. Corinthians. First labyrinthians. I don't want you to die. You are just retracing your steps. See if you can go up. Okay, here we go. Is there anything up above this? Why do they give us that level? Look down, Sonic. Ooh, like I see the tips of the flames here. Thank you, Dustin. Yeah, I appreciate that. I do want to try to have a conciliatory tone. Because I know some of you guys went through it. Sonic's about to go through it right here. Yeah, I'm missing that, because I'm clearly back in that same pit of lava, huh? Damn. I'm getting Sonic'd. Just imagine that this is the song. What a perfect song to be playing as Sonic, like it has his last moments, and he had this whole, up until this point, you know, Eggman really wasn't a problem. He's still looking for the Chaos Emeralds in this playthrough. Yeah, oh right. Yeah, you just gotta keep going right. Yeah. I've got a cat on the other side of the door, wanting in now. Okay. She wants to play some Sega. You down for some Altered Beast? Hello. Yes, you can continue to walk. Don't take my spot, please. Come here. Hey. She came in like, mrrr. Hello. This is a big Sonic fan here, Tigress. Hello, she's waving. You just love this, don't you? Here. She is, anybody have a cat that just grumbles sometimes? She's a grumbler. I mean, she will give a full... Now she's back at the door. God. She can give the, you know, full-on roar as well, but, oh yeah, you did, Dustin. Absolutely. That's an easy bet. That's a pretty safe bet as I'm learning about cats. We want to go right. Then we're gonna see the spiky things. Then we'll jump up to the right. Do, 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 do. Love the decor here, Eggman. Okay, this is when it gets precarious. God dang! This is the worst place to stand. Where is this? I thought it was here. Maybe not. Sonic and frustration. Hey, what's up? What's going on, Jefferson? How are you? Good to see you. Happy Friday. We got I got a Genesis a little less than 2 months ago, and I've barely played it, man. But yeah, we're gonna be hitting that Genesis up now, so it's all Mega Drive. Mega Drive Fridays for a little bit. Love rocking out, but the camera does move on us there, so. How are you, buddy? It's good to see you, man. I love the name Mega Drive, too. Isn't that cool? Genesis is great as well, but I mean, I don't know, as a kid, I can't you know, I mean, we were at church pretty much every time the doors were open, so. That's an exaggeration, but we were there at least a couple nights every week. And, yeah. I can't shake that Genesis, you know? It predates Sega's Mega Drive by a little bit. Okay. Sonic's losing his mind. I think I want to go down. I just came from this way, though. I think I should have continued at that point, but yeah. It's just a little bit, it's just a layer that's a bit, there it is. And, okay. This is gonna end quickly. Where is that extra life that I... Yeah. I'm getting tired too, sorry. I was talking to my partner about how some days I'll spend a lot of time in the prep and kind of a level of staying stressed, and it's just my own, you know, it's like... So I like having a purdy stream, and there's a lot of stuff with... It totally is. I've been going in circles. Because this is, yeah, okay. So, I thought it was... Oh, hey-oh. That's one way to get over there. My god, man. Nothing in this wall. I think it must be higher up or something. Stabbed. Oh, this cat is just in the floor right now. Lying face. She's on the rug in here. The rug that just ties the whole room together. And she's face planting. I've played a little bit of Comic Zone. Let's add that to the list. I've played a little bit of Comic Zone. It looks so good. I hear it's really hard. I don't remember enough of it other than I don't think we made it that far. But yeah, someone had mentioned it's a really tough one. Okay, right. Heck yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to you know what? That's the thing. I'm gonna have to take some of these Genesis. Part of healing the console wars, I think, is also gonna be tightening up on starting the stream earlier and bringing a full-on discipline to the stream instead of this kind of Friday night cell. I mean, I've been playing Mario 64. There's been the occasional beer. It's been fun. Maybe that's... Okay, this is the part I kept dying. I'm gonna go up a little higher, right? And it's here. No. I'm moving in a circle again. I just wanted to hear the song another few times.
So I would appreciate it if you could stay with us until the end.
I missed a lot of the suggestions that we that you guys gave, partially because when I see a title, I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard it. I'm just excited, like I've heard of that, or I've played a teensy bit, But yeah, keep them coming at me as we do this and over the streams, and we'll get a good list. I'm good. Man, we were making a little progress, I think. So, I love that song. I think I'm going back. Yeah. R.I.P. I know. He had a, I think it was like a birthday recently.
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready.
That game is one of those early Genesis games, isn't it? Played a little bit of that and like, shit, I should pause it. Played a little bit of that and Shinwei and also Yakuza. Sega has that side that's so funny to me. Speaking of Yakuza, we played Yakuza 0. We made it pretty far, me and my wife, and we just got super busy. Yeah, it was a waste. And I need to pick it back up at some time because we were enjoying it, but we made it pretty far. But yeah, those like story kind of like a little bit of life sim aspect in them. Fantasy Zone for Master System, cool. Okay, yeah. It's what's crazy is watching any of these Sega retrospectives and seeing all those consoles and arcade architecture that they had. Sorry, this cat just made a weird wow. The all that like hearing the different variations and stuff. I don't know. It's really fascinating. There's been a couple of. Gosh, just get in the closet. There's been a couple of really good retrospectives I've seen. One from GTV, and then there was some other stuff Sega related. I'm trying to remember. I think I talked about them before, but they even did like launch of Genesis and Mega Drive and a lot of the context around it. And then they had a video for all the Genesis. In that one included like all the launch titles, and then they did one for like all the titles for 89, all the titles for 90. And I think it stopped there. Yeah. Let me get that link for you, since I'm talking about it. I'm terrible on these details, so yeah. Hope you guys are doing well. Happy Friday. Thanks for hanging out. I think I'm going to wrap this up pretty soon. I'm running out of E. Running on E. Running out of internet. Yeah. Running out of Sonic lives. It's going to force my hand here pretty soon. So there's one for just Sega Genesis in 89. And then there's one I think that even just focuses on the launch. So I'll put this here for you. This is from a Classic Gaming Quarterly. I do need another E-Tank. Honestly, I left the coffee in the other room when I came back from this last break. Hey-oh, Game Facts. That came up earlier. God bless Game FAQs. I need to make sure I'm clicking in the correct box. There you go. Classic Gaming Quarterly. It's the name of that YouTube channel. Okay, thank you. You can just fade out. I don't know if I'll be consulting Game Facts about Sonic, although, could you guys imagine the ASCII art there? Maybe we'll have to do something more than imagine it if we run out of Sonic lives soon. So, you know, Sonic, the folks who are like hardcore Sonic fans these days, there's a lot of like reputations, stereotypes, etc. But people went just as hard back in the day too. You know, there was some there. I really enjoyed what I played on Game Gear, and I thought the stuff on Genesis was so cool. Okay. Keep going up right now. You know, I'm going to see what I can do time-wise. Oh, be careful. We might be able to get some extra streams in for playing some Genesis games, because especially once the setup is done, we'll do more playing than, you know, segment kind of stuff. Started it off looking at the instruction booklet, and also, yeah, taking a trip to a local video game, you know, retro store specializing in retro. Still does new stuff too, but like, I don't know, right? I appreciate that place, so yeah, I grabbed a couple pics while I was in there, and honestly, I felt like I was like, oh god, I felt like I'm the. It made me think at first, like, man, I bet a lot of people do this too, just to compare prices and stuff. And for me, I was just love seeing racks of retro stuff. There were a couple people seemingly in the know. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a oopsie daisy. A couple people who have some kind of Twitch or YouTube handle or something, because I don't know, the vibe I got from from a couple of the folks, and I think I went in sort of prime time, like Thursday afternoon, you know, like. Prime, I'm running this errand a little too late. God, we made it out. Holy, don't. Not now, Sonic. Not now, Sonic. I love his face. Hearing the explosion. Hey, we get to go to the next world.
Nothing is more important than the simple act of people getting together.
Thank you, yeah. Let's keep playing a bit. I was gonna wrap it up, but that gives me a... This is a treacherous level, so... We could... go a little deeper, or... This could easily... not last that long. Heyo! Okay, what is... anything further to the left? No. Oh... Crab meat. Being the name that we saw in the instruction booklet. Good old crab meat. You know, I'm trying to remember the name of that company. I mentioned it earlier. I've forgotten it. But they were the Brazilian distributor for Sega. But it's really... I just want to learn more about that. That's been like a fascination of mine lately, a whole topic that... Yes, Tech Toy, thank you, yeah. It's fascinating to me, because like, you know, especially like Master System, just I knew nothing about it. Never... Don't think I ever saw one until that fateful night at a college party, where someone pulled out a Master System. What is happening? What? I look over and I don't know what I'm seeing, but people are playing with light guns, and then it was explained to me that it was a Sega Master System. And, that time I was a big, you know, I was having my own, like, NES nostalgia phase, so I'm like, wait, what is this? You know? Maybe they explained it, but I don't think I came away with the name. But no, I mentioned this before, but we played Little Clacks that night. I just remember everyone laughing at the intro. It starts with, "It is the 90s, and there is time for clacks." And that night it was the... Not necessarily the 90s, but it was the 2000s, and there was still time for clacks, actually. I need to make... There should be time for clacks now, because I did enjoy that game. I should... Yes, we should make time for clacks. In fact. That's cool. How do you like that, Dustin? I saw a few games at that store. It was pretty sweet to see that they had a Master System collection. Some of the boxes, you know, well, I don't know if it was all CIB, but, you know, I saw a bunch of boxes, and then loose carts. Oh, God. You know, it's funny, because, like, that night, the guy that had the Sega Master System honestly, this is I've got some huge retro gamer respect for, because this person also like would go on to do some pretty sweet mods of like retro controllers and make like synthesizers out of them and stuff, and yeah, it's I also do like demos of it, and little mini I think would do like, you know, I think would probably do some like some noise concerts and stuff. They're dedicated. We're living that life. Yeah. It's 35, you know. Yeah. That seems nice and cheap. You know, it's interesting because they're as popular as they can be to folks who live through it. I think that it's interesting because some of the stuff 16-bit and 8-bit for it seems like it's not as accessible, you know, for or rather, like if you're used to playing a certain type of modern game, or sort of came up with this, you know, just kind of a different, of course, like, you know, gaming upbringing. You know, you're playing Minecraft all the time, or you're right into like a, you know, a live service or something, and then you're coming back and you're playing something like this, you know. It's funny because obviously there are a lot of folks who are really into it. There's always going to be folks who play these games of new generations who are curious, and also they know a lot about the history and stuff too. But yeah. Yeah, I would too. I'm comfortable in the like 8 to, you know, in that stuff from like 8-bit up to, you know, honestly, you know, all my favorite stuff is pretty much 8-bit to like GameCube era, you know. And a lot of that, of course, is the time in which I'm playing those games and stuff. But I also enjoy like playing the new stuff, stuff that's new to me out of that, you know. And I'm kind of comfortable in those games, and comfortable in the level of frustration that can come with some of those games. That's a pitiful display right there.
Hello, you absolute bell ends.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, same. I thought about getting Yoshi's Egg. They had it for the Famicom. And Yoshi no Tamago. Well, they also had Yoshi's Cookie too. I'm trying to remember. There's like a different wording, and I sometimes get this mixed up. But I had a game for the NES called Yoshi. It is not Yoshi's Cookie. And I think that there may have even been a cookie for Famicom. I know it's for Super NES. I remember seeing that one, but yeah. No. Not up on my... I gotta study some more about Yoshi Cookie. God, it's hit me hard right now. What am I doing with my life? Yeah. Yeah, same here, Dustin. It's not a blanket thing against playing anything modern. If anything, it's I only have a certain amount of time. This is dedicated to the retro stuff because I've got it hooked up right here, and it's sweet. At this point, I can do a lot of systems. You know, Very thankful. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I never played the NES Yoshi's Cookie. I feel like I had a viewer, maybe like when I first started. I think I don't think we had a heavy argument, but I think I was like having one of those like, oh, no, I don't know if I wanted to yield in that moment. And I was thinking about this the other day because I think I was coming to this realization that, yeah, there is an NES Yoshi's Cookie as well. And I think someone had told me they had played that, and I wasn't, I wasn't like trying to be smug when we were talking at all or anything, but I think I remember being like, oh, well, see, we had that game, but it was just called Yoshi. I don't think it was the same though as Yoshi's Cookie. And they were like, no, it was I was playing Yoshi's Cookie. And I can't, I don't know how much I pushed it, but I just remember thinking like, I don't know if that's right. Couldn't really. Whoever that was, I would like to apologize. I feel like that might have... There was not any sort of blow up kind of thing, but I feel like that I gave that night a little extra weird, Because that person's like, no, dude, I fucking know what game I played. They didn't say that, but I imagine I'd be thinking that at a certain point, like, no. I remember the game. It's Yoshi, it's a cookie. It's all there. I had Yoshi. See, I had Yoshi, right? Yoshi no Tamago, which I did see that one. Yoshi's Egg. That was the one I was seeing. Pretty good price on that one. It's fun, but like, I mean, Tetris is there, and with some of those games, Tetris is just... Yeah, just outclasses the stuff. I know. Except for Klax. Klax conquers all.
Nothing is more important.
Okay, thank you.
That's the game.
Thanks for the breakdown, Dustin. Yeah, I think I was realizing that the other day, and yeah, it's... So yeah, hey. I think this just means I have been living a lie. Never saw Yoshi's Cookie for the NES. Didn't know it existed. Walking around all smug. We go up at this point? We want to? I don't remember what I'm doing, where I'm going. I'm just gonna get smashed by the columns here. Sonic's just gonna go get smashed if he doesn't manage to get all the Chaos Emeralds here. Why even go through all this? Robotnik's got all the power. He's got all the cards. Little piggies coming. Out the robots, out the robots. Little piggies running away. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. It's a great place to look for a sound effect. And get squished.
Gamers have classically short attention spans.
I think that they both came... Oh yeah. Oh, I see your previous message now. Yeah. Interesting. I never played Cookie or any version of it. I've got to get around to that sometime. All right, we're going back to Game Dude. I do want to fire up the Famicom. It's been a little while. I remember this. That's fun. Would really like to go a little faster, though. You know, do the whole Sonic thing. Come on, stay in the ball. There you go. I'll be the first one to get 1,000 points. I'll be the first one to hit them all, hit all the bumpers. Look at this background too. That's funny. This is I love that, just with the high rise and you're in this little park and stuff. I feel like this makes this music hit a little bit harder, honestly. It's too bad there's all this industrial waste and all the robots have taken over. There's these giant mines. I feel like on another day, Sonic would just be like in the park with his buddies, you know, maybe doing some freestyle or probably like doing a little pop and lock thing, you know. Just go down to the park, see what's up, you know. See who's there, see what you can get into. I'm getting tired. And it's getting late. Interesting to see this one design of the, you know, the blue coming over where the white is there. You know, I think that would get tidied up for Sonic 2, huh? It's sort of, his design, of course, will change. But are you seeing this? It's almost like a little blue sideburn. This is fun. I'm liking this Genesis, man. And something feels, yeah, I don't know, I think because I have so much familiarity with the Super NES, but knowing the timetables, the Genesis and everything, it's helping me kind of put together, you know, why the games are what they are, why they look what they look like, learning a little bit about Sega's, all their arcade architecture and how Genesis was kind of made sort of based off of one of those. And then Dreamcast was kind of a similar thing, you know, similar base to an arcade platform, I believe. Beep, beep, boop, boop, boop. Yeah.
Woo! That's a great fucking record, man.
Sonic's like, let's go. I hear you, brother, but I'm getting tired, and I keep screwing this part up. This part gets everybody, huh? Until it doesn't. Oh, that fan feels good. Got it. It's muggy in here. We're kicking up a sweat. A good little gaming session. I want to get some friends in here too to play some of the multiplayer stuff. The friend of mine who played Genesis, I might be able to get him in, or rather, who got me this Genesis. I might be able to get him in for something. I know that there's some really good multiplayer stuff. I've never really played Streets of Rage. Like, I think some of they were arcade games too, right? Or started as arcade. And maybe maybe like a play or two on those, but stuff like Streets of Rage, I haven't played. Some of the, let's go ahead and add that to the Isn't there like a pretty fun Turtles game? I'd like to get to those, I'd like to get to those, what do they call it? Oh, Wily, isn't it Wily Wars, right? You know, like Rockman. We'll play some Mega Man Wily Wars. Streets of Rage, yeah. Wow, hey, goodbye, Sonic. You know, sometimes on a playlist that I've heard with some retro music, you know, some Streets of Rage will come on, and I'm always, when I go to see that it's Streets of Rage, before I realize that it's them, there is that, like, I'm getting into it somehow. There's like a more, you know, unconscious reaction happening where I'm thinking, this is okay, I'm liking what we're cooking up here, you know. And it just sounds clean. And then I'll go and I'll look and I'll see Streets of Rage 2, whatever, you know, Streets of Rage 3. And yeah, it seems like those soundtracks are awesome. This is going to be a short affair, I think. Sorry, Sonic, I don't have a lot of faith. Music in Wily War is not good, okay. I mean, for me, you can't top this stuff from the original Famicom NES 6 games. Well, it can be done, but that stuff is just iconic, and I like that sound font. You know. Oh, very cool. Okay, cool. Oh, so something I gotta look into as well. Isn't there like there's a convert? So I know that there's converters for Genesis, but I don't know like the breakdown on models. And at one point, I think I had figured out what variant of Model 1 I have. Because some of them have like, some of them can have issues, I think, with, oh shit, with those like Master System converters and Game Gear converters. Yeah, you could do Game Gear on a Genesis, or some Genesis, right? Yeah, I gotta look into this again, because I may have had it wrong too, like what variant I have. I did some deduction based on what I was seeing this list that gave you some things to look out for and to figure out what version you have. Cope. Cat, what's going on? Welcome. Fourth stream. It's so funny this game tells you to cope. Can't believe it. How are you, Cat? Welcome. Happy Saturday to you. Gosh. Getting close to Sunday, huh? That's gonna be a death right there. That's the last one, too. Look at him. That's sad. You know, they set out to create a character as iconic as Mario and I guess like Mickey Mouse, you know. Elements of Michael Jackson and Santa Claus in his design. You hate to see him go out like this. Exactly. Look, this is that moment. Everything was good. He was going fast up until this moment. And this is kind of that, like, the jig is up. The bill is due. I will say, for having only done like a couple of runs on this game as a kid, that music stuck with me my whole life. What an amazing... That is just the sound of failure, you know? I don't know, it's perfect. The music in this is amazing. It's as good as any of the like early Mario stuff to me. It's different. It's just a different kind of thing. It's all catchy as hell and like often kind of beat driven, you know? Yeah.
Oh, dang it, Bobby.
Sid, man, I'm glad you came through. And thanks for hitting us with the sounds, too. I forget that those are available. We should wrap this up, guys. I'm going to wrap this up. Yeah, Dustin, yeah, it's the... It was at that moment. Or you have to do the records. Everyone's favorite record scratch. And yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. All right, there we go, guys.
Hiya.
Why is Mario talking to us there? Okay. Guys, we're going to wrap this thing up. This was really fun. I'm going to get us out of here in just a bit. Let me play you guys a few sounds. Sorry to do this, Cat. I know you just got here too, man. Well, good luck. I hope you can get that sleep schedule back on track. I usually do this Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
I'm pissed now.
Thank you. Perfect. We'll come back and keep playing some Sonic games. We just got this one, the one we just played. I already have two. And soonish we will have a card that has all of my favorite Genesis ROMs on it, so to speak, from my personal collection. And that will really allow us to play a whole bunch more games, right? So that'll be fun. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. Thank you so much for hanging. Happy Friday. Hope you have a good weekend. I may be able to get an extra day of this in since a lot of stuff's already set up, and we could just jump back into it easily. All right, I'm going to play a few sights and sounds for you on the way out. Is anybody streaming? Let me see if we can raid. We're going to head out. I think we'll just head out tonight. So let me... let me do this. I'll play a little collage for you, a short one. Thank you guys for hanging. I'm glad we're rocking some Sonic. There will be plenty more Genesis to come. Good night, guys. Have a good weekend. Adios.
ビュンビュンハリネズミ、どんなもんだね。ソニック登場。この面白さったらもう目が離せやしない。たまんない。カットビアクションゲームソニック・ザ・ヘッジホッグメガドライブから。セガおいおい、みんなが君を随分と待っていたぞ。ビュンビュンハリネズミ、ほら来た。ソニック登場。この面白さったらもう目が離せやしない。カットビアクションゲームソニック・ザ・ヘッジホッグメガドライブから。セガセガ
アメリカで大活躍のスーパーハリネズミが日本でも大暴れ。その名はセガソニック・ザ・ヘッジホッグ。メガドライブで待ってるぜ。セガスーパープレゼント。 今ならソニックソフトがメガドライブについてくる。メガドライブプラス1。
Gotta go. Hey, guy, you're the first serious gamer I've seen all morning. Check this out. Brand new 16-bit Super Nintendo with Super Mario World. Wow!
Oh, what's this one?
Oh, this is a Sonic the Hedgehog from Sega Genesis. Hey, look at these radical colors, huh?
Wow, Sonic's fast, too.
No, over here.
I like Genesis, and it costs a lot less.
Wait, kid, that game
I'll
there.
take Sonic and Genesis.
I knew that.
Sonic the Hedgehog. More action, more speed. Sega Genesis, it's a whole lot more for less. Danita Stokes, president of HAG.
It's bad enough that Sega Genesis has the most 16-bit games, but this new Sonic the Hedgehog, oh, he really dusts my doilies. They say he's incredibly fast. Well, what's the hurry, mister? And about his attitude. Smarty pants! Why can't it be more like that nice boy Mario? Oh! Little brat!
Now, get Sonic free when you buy a Sega Genesis system at its new price of $149.99.
Yo, he's going slow. He ain't no fool with that Sonic speed. He just always cool. Sonic, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Thank you! Wow, Sonic's fast, too.
Hey, guy, you're the first serious gamer I've seen all morning.
Thank you for coming to the show tonight. This is the end.
Game over.